This is your chance to get behind the wheel. The opportunity to race just like the pros. From the grassroots levels, where we all got our start, to the most popular race cars on the planet. From the fairgrounds of Nashville to the high banks of Daytona, to tracks that will never be forgotten. Realistic driving, intense competition, all from the comfort of your own home. This is the ultimate motorsports simulation. This is iRacing.
Are you new to sim racing, or maybe a veteran struggling to reach the next level? Have you ever wondered how the aliens reach impressive lap times that seem impossible to achieve? If so, you're not alone. Most drivers reach a certain level and get stuck. But getting faster on track is easier than you think. V8S coaches are some of the best sim racers in the world and offer one-on-one driver skills training at affordable rates to help new drivers learn the basics and help experienced drivers break through to the next level. Are you ready to get faster and get off the iRating roller coaster? If so, V8S one-on-one personal training is for you. If you've invested in your equipment, it might be time to invest in yourself. Just go to virtualracingschool.com and sign up for a 30, 60 or 90-minute session with one of our world-class coaches, and you'll learn exactly what to do for faster lap times and more podiums.
This is fantastic. This is GT racing right now.
He's got tracks and he's done with the outside of both of them. Maloney!
Oh, he's taken Anderson. Anderson's up to
Oh my God! Big crash! Oh my goodness! Half the field's going to get involved.
Second very close. These guys are want to make their way through the field very quickly. Oh, here we go.
Oh no!
That's massive. This is it. This is over. I can't believe this. Oh my God.
God, what?
Welcome one, welcome all to SimSpeed TV. It's time to cap off the 2022 season of Australian sim racing's biggest community championship. It's the Virtual Racing School V8SCOPS, the 15th round of the season. The Too Easy Finance Road America 250 from virtual Elkhart Lake in the United States. The traditional closing round of the V8SCOPS season here at the magnificent Road America circuit. A very historic track, opened in the mid-50s, hasn't changed its layout since it opened, and it is a perfect circuit for these kinds of cars. Provides the best kind of racing to allow for what is supposed to be a fantastic championship showdown between Brady Myers and Wayne Burke at the top of the standings. To bring it to you all live here on YouTube, Facebook and Twitch is myself, Reese Gardner, with Dan Yeaman alongside me in the commentary box, and Jay Kennedy as always behind the scenes bringing you these live pictures. Well, Dan, I think we cap off this season and start off the night by just going over this brilliant circuit, a place that is very familiar to us all here at SimSpeed TV, and if you're a long-time competitor and spectator of V8SCOPS, you know this place like the back of your hand.
Yep, fair point indeed. Thank you for the introduction there, Reese, and thank you to all of you joining us here for the saving section. We zoom in there to the Great Lakes region, North America. We see just up the road north of Chicago and Milwaukee. We zoom on into the state of Wisconsin and bring ourselves to Elkhart Lake and the circuit here at Road America in real life, at least, looking from the top down. And indeed, that iconic layout that, as I said, Reese, has not changed since its opening there in 1955. One of the true rarities of the racing world in that sense. But it's a great track indeed, with fantastic straightaway sections, which will mean that we'll see, hopefully, a lot of opportunities for passing turns 1, 3, 5, 8, or even 6 as well, 12, 14, all pretty good options around this circuit. Now, most of those corners don't particularly actually have names, it so happens, but then we've got the famous ones. Turn 7 there, the hurry downs. Turns 9 and 10, double apex there effectively for the carousel. The kink on the backstretch at 11. Canada corner there at the tip of turn 12. And then that little flick for turn 13 as well. It's subtle at Bill Mitchell Bend, Reese there, but certainly important to set you up into that final 14th turn here before you take the run back to the start-finish line.
Indeed, and pit entry quite difficult here as well. Out of that final turn 14, there is a huge rise up to the start-finish line, and you've got to be absolutely on your marks when it comes to braking for the pit lane. We are going to be seeing pit stops tonight, at least in Split 1. This is absolutely fantastic circuit for slipstreaming, for outbraking your rivals as well. You see the run through Moraine sweep down to turn 5. That is one of the prime passing opportunities on the lap. You can also go for a passing move at turn 1 if you're brave enough, but otherwise we'll be seeing passes largely happen at turn 8 and down at turn 12 at Canada Corner, potentially, as you mentioned, at turn 14 as well. Let's get into the action then tonight. The drivers are out at the moment in their final preparations for Super Split 2. And once again, it is a reasonable field that turns up here for this final round of the season. For Super Split 2, we do have a compulsory pit stop for 2 tyres over this 19-lap race. So that's something the drivers are going to have to be thinking about. And par for the course this season, fuel and tyres take around about the same amount of time in these cars. Or they're done at the same time, rather. So drivers will be taking all 4 tyres in the stop, and if they're not, then they've obviously got something different planned.
Yeah, well, odds on that being on the books, very unlikely indeed, given what that would mean for being unbalanced in this car in terms of tyre life, and therefore having to handle a car that would certainly be tricky, to say the least. So indeed, certainly would be anything but expect 4 tyres and maybe a tiny splash of fuel, but at the same time, a 19-lap race around here should be able to cover that here on a full tank of fuel, since we do have all 111 litres available to use here in Super Split 2, I should say, but then also in the main race, although obviously that longer 250k race length for our top split drivers, that of course will necessitate pit stops due to the fuel burn.
Yeah, absolutely. And well, there's no fuel restrictions here in Super Split 2, so unlikely that we'll be seeing drivers try and get one up on their rivals in terms of fuel strategy, but we might expect some drivers to run their cars light at the start of the race and top up the tank in the stop while they are getting those tyres fitted. Only 6 minutes left in the practice session, and it's car 08, Blake Delaney, who is currently top of the timesheets. And Blake is looking rather quick here, 6/10 ahead of Brady Baldwin in this practice session. Looks like nice clear conditions out there as well, and we're racing in the early morning here. It's just coming up to 8 o'clock in sim time, and that shows in terms of the track conditions. The air temperature is only 23 degrees Celsius, track 24 degrees Celsius. So we mentioned in the supports categories on Friday, Dan, that these tyres on these cars, on the old Australian touring cars and these current ones as well, the tyres do like it when they're a bit cold. You don't want to overheat them. So those colder conditions out there definitely help that.
Yeah, it's a solid catch-22 situation. The best when they're cold, so you want to push fast, as we see Delaney there with a solid wobble off of the second half of the carousel there. And we have it gathered up nicely there for the King. But yeah, the catch-22 situation being you want to push fast, because that's when the car is best, of course, on cold tyres. But you push the car too high, you start sliding that car around, at least from what I've been told previously, having done a little bit of a dabble in these cars once upon a time. Getting them loose and sliding early will hurt the tyres very quickly when it comes to maintaining some semblance of long-run pace that these cars can manage. So it's all about making sure you're precise and exactly what you want in terms of straight and narrow on your entries and your exits, especially in the opening couple of laps. And if you can tick that box off, even in these somewhat optimal conditions and cool settings, then you should be in for a decent ride on your stint of tyres here. So I'll be curious to see if that plays anything here in this Super Split 2 race. I don't think so all that much. Again, as I said, shorter race length, just the 19 laps for these guys here first up. But still, we might just see if drivers can look after the car a little bit better when they come out of the pits or just an opening part of the race compared to others around them. They might just be able to make some inroads towards the end of their respective stints.
Yeah, that they will. And considering the pre-qualifying results, looks like Riley Simons in car 78 is going to be the one who starts on pole position. Jordan Siberis did run a time faster than him qualifying. He was 41st in the standings, but there's been a little bit of shuffling done to change where drivers are due to absences and late cancellations and all that implies. So we see in car 78 on the front row, we've got Stuart Crawford here in the server, as well as Aaron Gilbert, who just capped off a very successful season for himself in the supports categories. He was crowned the V8s champion last night with a dominant, clean sweep of the Road America round and his Jinx Shifters Ford Falcon. Now he's moved into the Mustang for V8SCOPS proper. It'll be interesting to see what he can do. He's definitely looking competitive here with a time good enough for 6th on the board in practice so far.
You can see a lot of drivers there, all bunched up in and around that 207.3, 207.5 bracket there at the moment. Yeah, that's that right. I think it's like 203.7, and it was like, hang on, that's GT3 spec speeds around this place, and that does not line up with the comparison that I was trying to make to the current faster time that is in the hands of Blake Delaney. But thankfully, I wasn't making a complete hash of myself, as Gilbert was going to go for a pit lane entry test. Unfortunately, had to abort probably a full speed test entry there due to the 654, Craig Schultz having a moment ahead on the way into the corner. So it's probably an opportunity lost there for Gilbert, unfortunately, but nevertheless had to do a pit stop last night, as you mentioned there, Reese, with the supports racing in the V8, so shouldn't be all that unfamiliar. Just a slightly different car when all is said and done here, as the time is rapidly running out for these drivers to make sure they've got their final preparations ready.
Yeah, and speaking of preparations, if you're racing in the V8 support category, it does assist you quite a bit for getting ready for a V8SCOPS round, because the cars are pretty similar in their basic handling characteristics. 1.5 tons in weight, 600 plus horsepower, going through a locked differential at the rear wheels. So you've really got to throw these cars into the corners and be very careful on the throttle, but these cars do drive a little bit differently to the previous generation. We've had word from some drivers that the older cars are a bit easier to push hard on, whereas with these ones you do need to take a little bit more care with your inputs in order to get the best out of them, and try and just balance yourself at the limit in these things. 45 seconds remain on the session timer, and we'll only have a very short time before we get into the grid for this one. As I mentioned, 19 laps here tonight, with a compulsory pit stop between the end of lap 2 and the start of lap 18. So, plenty to think about going into this final round of Super Split 2. Also, the fact that the winner of Split 2 gets the opportunity to race in Split 1. So Riley Simons, starting on the front row, will have the best chance coming off the line, but it's all about getting the best run from that standing start. Make sure you've got your line locker sorted and you're able to let out the clutch properly. This is going to be a fun one. Checkered flag flies in the practice session. And just a few seconds remaining until the grid is officially sorted and we can go through our lineup here for the final round of Super Split 2 for 2022. We are through. Starting on pole position is going to be Riley Simons, with Tim Mulford sharing the front row with him in car 85. Teo Sorono is going to start the 155 alongside Stephen Kokoschka in 851. Then we got Dean Powell and Brady Baldwin sharing 5th and 6th positions. Blake Delaney is going to start in 7th after topping the times in practice, with Ian Zhu in 8th place. And then we've got Craig Schultz and Lindsay Hobbs rounding out the top 10. Aaron Gilbert is going to start 11th alongside Synergy Sim Racing's Matthew Brunt.
18th place for this grid is going to be held by Steady Miller. He's sharing row number 7 with Roy Clark there. In the number 21 Banter Alliance Racing Mustang, Zachary White is going to start at a 15th place. Stuart Crawford alongside him for 16th. David Kimman and Brenton O'Brien, 2 drivers who have been around a fair number of years, sharing row number 9 to start this race off, with your final 2 drivers here in Super Split 2 for the final round of the season. Going to be Jack Anderson and Brendan Murdoch there, 19th and 20th. So it is about half capacity here tonight in Super Split 2, but still a decent number of cars on the grid for this one, I would say. Reese, it does mean, obviously, we'll be seeing quite a good idea of how things are looking tonight as we build up for the full race later on this evening. Do have about another minute and a half until we get the green flag signal from Barney. So drivers will still have a little bit of time to fill out the grid, because there are a couple of spots I can see there towards the back that still need filling here, Reese.
Indeed. Just a few conversations happening between the drivers and race control. You would have seen Simon Black and Henry King in the grid list. They are going to be handling race control, and will be jumping into the Porsche Cayman 718 safety car if there is a big enough incident on track, or if a driver is stranded and is unable to get back to the pits. And we remind you of the format here, as we also highlight, if you're new to V8SCOPS, you'll be interested to know that there is a no escape rule in this series. You cannot just hold escape and teleport back to the garage if you have a crash and you can't get back going again. You have to request a tow from race control first. And if your car is in a compromising position, then that means that race control will have to bring the manual safety car out. So, who's going to come out on top over these 19 laps with that compulsory pit stop? Very cold track temperatures, as we highlighted, so these cars will be a bit skittish on the opening laps, but the drivers will be pushing as hard as they possibly can to get the best position possible and try and get that coveted golden ticket into the Split 1 race for tonight. The revs rise, and Super Split 2 will be getting ready to go in just a moment. And that moment is now. Riley Simons gets a very good launch off the line. Not the best one from Tim Mulford. Have a look at Stephen Kokoschka. He has taken a fantastic run off the line, but there's a bit of a cork in the bottle effect there for Teo Sorono, holding up a lot of the field. Diving to the inside is Brady Baldwin to grab 4th place. Kokoschka around the outside of turn 1 takes 2nd from Mulford, and Baldwin, goodness me, tried to get by Mulford there, unfortunately, and for his troubles, he gets tapped around there by the 155 of Teo Sorono, and immediately Brady is on the blower to race control for that one. There might be a penalty heading Sorono's way. Down to turn 5 we go, and Kokoschka is in the slipstream of Riley Simons. Gets off the brakes a little bit earlier though, and will remain behind, as that's a big lock up there going into the corner. Oh, goodness me. Teo Sorono having some trouble there, and Aaron Gilbert trying his best to hold off Craig Schultz and Lindsay Hobbs. And look at this, the field is so compressed still, and we're halfway around the lap.
It's been a busy opening lap here, as we're going to focus in here on Dean Powell and Ian Zhu for a second. Fighting over 4th place. Blake Delaney wants in for P5 there off the 127 of Zhu. Not quite able to get it done there though at turn 8. We'll go back to single file round the carousel here, as on board we stay with the 099 of Powell. Also with us here on the webcam feed for this race here in Super Split 2. To the King for the first time we come, as drivers here at the front of the field, all nice and orderly here. No one running it all too wide there as we work our way to Canada corner. Zhu looking to defend from Delaney, who's coming up with the slipstream to turn 12 here. Around the outside he will have to go, but he's actually already clear before we get to the apex of the corner. We'll take that 5th place away. Under brakes there, nicely done. As further on back, trouble for Jack Anderson in the fence. He's buried. Baldwin going off into the gravel. There we go. The back of the field, unfortunately, going to be the cause of drama. And it looks like Anderson is stuck in the Armco here, Reese, and I don't think that car's coming out anytime soon.
No, indeed, and we'll very shortly have to head to our first virtual racing school replay of the night as lap 1 is complete. Riley Simons leads by 0.3 of a second over Stephen Kokoschka. It is side by side meanwhile here, with the 127 of Ian Shu having to give it up to Teo Sorono there, and that will be the position done. So here's what happened to Jack Anderson, and unfortunately it was once again an incident that Brady Baldwin was involved in. As they come out of the kink, you'll notice that the 024 of Stead Miller goes off the circuit, and that compromises his speed. That almost forces 3 wide here between Anderson and Baldwin, and Brady thinks, okay, I'm going to go for the inside at Canada, but makes contact with Anderson and sends him into the barrier.
You can just see there before the bonnet and splitter disappear into the Shadow Realm. Actually, unfortunately there for Anderson, the splitter getting stuck through the arm code there, hence why he's actually still wedged in the fence and has not been given permission to tow. We haven't heard anything yet from race control, so let's see here what happens, because the leaders, you can see,
Safety car
are coming to turn 8, but there comes the safety car. Just as in the background there was an attempt for a pass, and I do believe that will need to be redressed there. Yeah, Blake Delaney trying to get up into the Dean Powell will have to give that spot up due to the safety car call.
Yeah, it looks like that's already been sorted, I think. Dean Powell is now ahead. That was immediately redressed there. It's also worth noting that we are on lap 2, and the end of lap 2 is when the pit window opens. So we might be seeing a majority of drivers jump into the pits at the end of this lap to try and get their strategy on board for the rest of the race. Some drivers will be looking to run very long for the rest of these 19 laps as we look back from the rear wing of Jack Anderson, watching the field go by to put him a lap down, and he'll be even worse off when he tows back to the pits. Let's see what our leaders do. There's a big call there. Stephen Kokoschka decides to go for the early stop, lose as little time as possible under safety car conditions, and he is followed in by an absolute river of machines. We've got Blake Delaney, Tao Sorono, Ian Zhu, Aaron Gilbert, Craig Schultz, Zach Rattray-White, Matthew Brunt, David Kimmons, Stuart Crawford, Brenton O'Brien, and Roy Clark, all making their way into the pit lane. That is a solid 2/3 of the field.
I'm actually surprised that not everyone went for it. Drivers like Riley Simmons and Tim Mulford opting to stay out here, but this is going to be interesting to see, because yeah, you're giving up a chance at what effectively is as close to a free pit stop as you're going to get here. So this will put them on the back foot, because everyone will form back up behind them, and then they'll get a chance to run around in some clean air as we watch now at the back of the safety car, which I believe is currently being driven by Simon Black. Indeed it is, in 351 machine. And there comes the horde off the pit lane, and it looks like Blake Delaney, yep, the first driver off the lane there. And something has happened to Stephen Kokoschka there in the pit stop race for 3.5 seconds, pardon me, longer than Blake Delaney's box time, which has therefore caused this change of position there, because Delaney was quick on the way in, but still a ways behind. So interesting there to see what's happened to Kokoschka in the pit stop.
Yeah, 2 seconds slower in the box as well. That is interesting indeed. I think, well, it looked like his entry was all right, was Kokoschka, but it looks like he might have gotten on the pit limiter a little bit early. Not only that, but very sedate way into his pit box as well. So not too sure what's gone on there, but either way, Blake Delaney showing that he had fantastic pace in the practice session. Will now be looking to try and win this one. He is the effective race leader at the moment, because everyone ahead of him has yet to come in for a pit stop. Riley Simons, Tim Mulford, Dean Powell, Lindsay Hobbs, Stead Miller, and Brendan Murdoch have all not come into the lane. That's your top 6.
It's going to be interesting to see whether now, I guess here's the question now, as we see, will Delaney opt to play conservative and try and defend the position and know that the top 6, while they can come into the pits, or they can go aggressive here and try and put cars between himself and everyone behind on this same pit stop strategy. Obviously, having some drivers who are out of sequence in between you and your competition certainly sounds like a good idea At the same time, though, it's going to be that balancing act of looking after the car a little bit here in these opening couple of laps. Allow yourself to settle into the rhythm before we get ourselves into some, hopefully, good racing action here. As the safety car has pulled away from the rest of the field, and now it is just a case of waiting for when Riley Simons, 78 here, Riley Simons will choose to go. As just being after clarification, since it sounds like this is the first time Riley's led an OSR run safety car train back to the green, and he will have control of the restart race as soon as that safety car is called as in pit lane.
Indeed. So we'll see when he decides to put the hammer down. Have to maintain 80 k's an hour until such time has been given to be clear for the race start. So through Canada Corner they come, and the safety car is going into the pit lane now. Be coming up to the line. Safety car in the lane. There is the call from race control, and now Riley Simons is in control of the restart. When will he decide to go? He can go any time from now. I'd say that, oh yeah, there we go. He's gone on the way into the final corner. So he's got to nail this acceleration, and away he goes. We are back to green flag racing in V8SCOPS Super Split 2. And across the line, Riley Simons will lead by half a second from Tim Mulford. But look at the crush behind. So many drivers here on fresh tyres. And look, Brendan Murdoch is already under threat here from Blake Delaney, who got a much better restart than Stephen Kokoschka did. And Kokoschka getting past there by Teo Sorono. They make contact on the exit, and off the circuit goes Brendan Murdoch.
Yeah, unfortunately for Murdoch there, tried to hang around the outside of Delaney turn one and was not able to make it work, and just runs it wide into the gravel trap as the pass was being completed there. And yeah, so Kokoschka losing a spot to Teo Sorono after a bit of a wobble off of the final corner. And what was interesting to see there is obviously with everyone getting up to speed just before the final turns at the front of the field, Tim Mulford misses the braking marker. Thankfully for the race leader Riley Simons, does miss his rear bumper as there's a little bit of contact with Dean Powers. Mulford rejoins the circuit. There's also scrapping still back with that Sorono Kokoschka, and now Zach Rattay-White getting involved in the argument there as well. The 15 machine working his way into the gap. So 7, 8, 9 there currently on the road, fighting over what is net second still in this race. As further up ahead, it's one of the Excalibur Esports cars of Lindsay Hobbs trying to pressure Tim Mulford now as they come to the carousel. So there we go, we've got 4, 5, 6, 7 on, actually 3, 4, 5, 6 on the road. Mulford, Hobbs, Stem Miller in behind Hobbs here, and then Blake Delaney is right on the gearbox of that second Excalibur Esports Commodore here as we head to the King for a second time at race pace.
Yep, oh, that's much more aggressive on the way into the King for Lindsay Hobbs, and he's right on the back of Tim Mulford now, part of the Phoenix Racing team, in which we saw some fantastic driving earlier in the season. Look at how deep, oh goodness me, that's 3 wide into Canada Corner. Blake Delaney on the way in. Lindsay Hobbs has been sent into the tyre barrier as a result of that. Oh, and that was a difficult situation there because Tim Mulford was right in the middle of that 3 wide, and there wasn't much he could do to avoid that contact. Nonetheless, race control has been contacted to do something about that, and Mulford, with another poor exit from the last corner, is going to allow Sorono and Kokoschka through on the start-finish straight. The bump draft is on.
Yeah, Kokoschka, no way past Sorono there, despite having an even better run, not having to avoid. So just a little contact on the way into one there, trying to get around the outside, but also pinch, runs it wide, going to be in the grass, has to now gather it up as everyone's streaming past him in the process there. And thankfully we don't get that one going on any further, but a little lock from Sorono at turn 3, going to open the door to Mulford potentially for turn number 5 now. I'd say if we can have a chance to look at the incident there at the Canada Corner, it'd be nice, but at the same time, this is still popping off here in this fight for what is still 5th place on the road, as Zach Rattay-White to the inside and Mulford under the brakes here at turn 5. He's going to pull that one up very nicely on the inside. Little wobble because of the use of the apex curve and the dip inside of it here, but he now has the apex for turn 6. Should be able to seal the deal here, and indeed he will. Mulford not able to respond despite attempting what looks like a crisscross, but he will show the nose for turn 7. That's a bit of an ambitious look there at the hurry downs, but single file thankfully, but further on back it's 2 wide between now Kokoschka and Craig Schultz.
Indeed, and up the inside goes Ian Shue on Tim Mulford, is not able to get it done. And Kokoschke, meanwhile, stays ahead of Craig Schultz there. But have a look at this pack behind. We've got Brenton O'Brien in the midst of all of this, as well as David Kinmond and Brady Baldwin, who was involved in the incidents on the first lap. This is incredible here. Brenton O'Brien, the leader of Evolution Racing Team and the founder, one of the guys who's been a big presence in Australian sim racing. We've got our first penalty coming through as well. Teo Sorono, for that contact on lap 1, has been given a drive-through penalty from race control, as that is way off the circuit there. Oh no. Oh, and that is an instant tow, it seems, and that's a little bit naughty. You're supposed to request a tow from race control. But Teo Sorono, it looks like, has done the old rage quit, unfortunately. He is disconnected from the server.
Yeah, not too good to see that in terms of the general etiquette and respect for the fact that, well, you made a mistake, put your hand up, serve the penalty, get back on with racing, as we are only on lap 6 of 19 here. Same time, split 2 of a SCOPS race. I don't know. This depends on your mentality going into the race, and it seems that for Teo Sorono here tonight, looks like it was a case of win it or bin it in terms of what would be desired at least. And if it doesn't go so well, then to send it straight out back the other side. Also another drive-through penalty coming through from lap 1 incident. Brady Baldwin contact with Jack Anderson down in Canada corner that we saw there on the replay on the safety car. He will also have to come down the pit lane to serve a drive-through penalty. As we continue to watch this scrap here on the track, it's now for 7th between Zhu and Aaron Gilbert, but Zach Ratte wide ahead, goes wide. That gives Tim Mulford another chance back into P5.
It does indeed. Up the inside he goes into the 6th corner here and gets the move done nicely, does the number 85. And these drivers behind him starting to get a little bit held up here. Mulford is the cork in the bottle now. Look at that train of cars behind him, all of which have already made their mandatory pit stop for this race.
That is the big problem for guys like Ratte White, because it means that Blake Delaney has continued to walk away here as the driver further up the road, who's already got his multiple stop. You just see him there in the far ground, in the back, well, I'd say background is shot, but technically we're looking up the road, so background doesn't feel quite right of a word, but indeed, a little wobble there off the carousel. I think that was Ian Gill, a little wide through the kink for good measure, but all straight and narrow as he looks to the inside of Ratte White, but too far back to make anything of it there this time through turn number 12, as we now watch this field. Super off now, Aaron Gilbert on the rear bumper of Zhu as Mulford wide through Bill Mitchell Bend there. Will that give the opening to Ratte White to try and get back through and try and push forward? So far, the answer is no. They're going to be single file on the way to turn 1. Brady Baldwin will peel off and head back to the pit lane. Unfortunately, that's his third tour of the lane between damage repair, compulsory service, and now a drive-through penalty.
Defensive, meanwhile, from Tim Mulford, as Zach Rattray White has the slipstream, and Kokoschke trying up the inside there. Unfortunately, Aaron Gilbert getting sent off the circuit as a result of that. Avoid the wall on the exit, get back onto the racetrack cleanly. He has done that, but he's got very close company there. David Kinmond on the inside of turn 3. And, oh, there we go. David Kinmond's been turned around there by Aaron Gilbert on the exit. That is a big shame there, and I think race control have been given a bit of a hurry up for that one as well. We'll go to our next virtual racing school replay to see how that happened. And for David Kinmond, well, Gilbert was slow coming off of turn 1, so he had every right to go for that position. And then to the outside they go. Gilbert was getting off the curb there. He was trying to take the racing line. So I don't know how race control are going to call that one. Kinmond probably could have given a little bit more room to the left, but by the same token, Aaron Gilbert also might have been able to give a little more space, despite putting his car on the grass.
Indeed. So, just a case of, well, we'll leave that one to the stewards to decide who's more in the wrong in that situation there. Unfortunately, though, it does mean that Kinmond's race is going to be quite slow from here on back, as he's now down in 16th place. Brady Baldwin has also left the race as well, so it's another driver opting to quit after being issued a penalty, which personally I'm not a fan of seeing. I'd rather see drivers stick the race out, as we're being advised that unfortunately for David Kimmon, his troubles are not over this evening. Mechanical black flag due to the incident he hit there with the wall. As a result, as Matthew Brunt just behind these pitches gets loose through the final turn, Brenton O'Brien not ready for that loss of speed through the corner, going to give him a light tap to the rip. So those two drivers exchange places for 11th as, there we go, several drivers down onto the lane. Stead Miller and Tim Mulford, to be precise, the two drivers from the front of the field who are yet to pit. We're going to get that service done, and just look how painful this green flag delta is. To be honest, Reece, it's quite shocking they didn't respond to the safety car. It feels like they are now going to pay quite the price for trying to run a little longer on this opening stint.
Yeah, indeed. They might be hoping for a second safety car towards the end to bunch the field up and give them a chance to work their way forward. But yeah, I think if you look at it objectively, pitting when the pit window opened under the safety car was the best way to go about it. So at this point, it looks like Blake Delaney is on course to win this one at this stage as we check out the battling here with Rattray White just up ahead of Ian Shue, of a buck to the right from the rear end of the number 15. And Ian is looking. He's going for the move here. Room has been given by Zach Rattray White, and a little bit straighter of a car means he can put the power down a bit better and keep the position into the carousel. Meanwhile, Stephen Kokoschke is watching this and licking his lips, because it's always a nice feeling seeing two people battling ahead of you. It means that it will be easier for you to catch up to and pass them. But a pass is way easier said than done in these cars at this track.
Tim Mulford's just gotten by on Stead Miller, but unfortunately it's down back to 14th place. Those two drivers having just taken their pit stops to the inside again. Ju will look at counter the corner, but no dice. White able to hang on there in the number 15 machine. But looking at this fight here, the attitude of Ju's Mustang, it's very aggressive, but also almost nervous looking at the front end of all places, with the way he was having a couple of bites trying to get that car to get inside of Rattray White as Kokoschke. Left, right, left to gather the car back up off the final turn. He will thankfully stay clear of the walls and the other drivers around him there. Craig Schultz will take advantage of the situation and get himself up into position number 6 as a result. As in the background, a shot looks like the heat might be on. No, Brenton O'Brien will hang on to 8th place ahead of Matthew Brunt, and Aaron Gilbert just behind them, currently rounding out your top 10. As to another VRS replay, we will go here, Reece.
Yep, just dipped a wheel into the gravel on the outside of the final corner, and Stephen Kokoschke loses out on trying to make up those places on Rattray White and Shue. And this is how it looked from on board. You know, you have to take all of that curve on the exit if you want the best possible run down the start-finish straight, but one wheel in the grass means certain doom if you're driving this car in particular. So that means that Kokoschke is now back behind Schultz, but again, he's still showing really good pace. Here's Blake Delaney, our effective race leader, up into 3rd on the road and trying to chase down Dean Powell in the 099 Mustang. And we saw Powell putting on a great drive in the NTE Series Endurance Series at Sandown yesterday. He was able to grab himself a very nice position there, and still in the Mustang here, but of course it's an open setup series rather than a fixed setup, so there's a little bit more to contend with here and trying to get the car to drive how he wants. And like a little bit of a slide in the rear from Powell just off camera. I'm watching from in-sim from my perspective, and it seems that Powell is having a bit of trouble keeping that car on the straight and narrow. Those tyres are rapidly approaching the drop-off point.
Yep, the drop-off point certainly can happen quite early here in these cars, and with the way he's thinking about defending, it seems, he'll be working that car about as hard as he can manage. As we come to start-finish line, lap 10 has now begun for your top 3 there. And, well, while Blake Delaney, I'm sure, would like to get by Dean Powell, he's under no pressure or obligation to do so, because he's continuing to get away from Zach Rattray White, whose focus, understandably, is on the defense from now both Ian Shue and Craig Schultz. So the gap is just opening up behind Delaney, even though there is now no cars between him and the others on that same strategy, having pitted under the safety car here. so I don't think delay is going to be too fast. He's happy to ride currently P3 because it is still net P1. And when you've not got these guys closing down on you, a substantial rate of knots, then, well, happy days for the 08 machine.
Absolutely. Here's Aaron Gilbert, who just put a move on Matthew Brunt off screen, and there's a lock-up from Brenton O'Brien just up ahead, which will bring Aaron right into the fold once more for a battle for position. Gilbert trying to advance further and get into 8th place here. And once Simons and Powell pit, that will be effective 6th that Brenton O'Brien holds at the moment. We'll see what Gilbert can do here. Unfortunately, that little adventure off the track at turn 1 putting Paid to a higher position than him for now, but another safety car will bring him back into contention potentially for a podium if he can keep this kind of pace going. He's got to try and get by O'Brien first, and this is one of the best opportunities down through the kink and down the back stretch. Meanwhile, this 4-car fight is still blazing away like a house on fire. It's defensive from Ian Shu there as Craig Schultz tries to go around the outside at Canada Corner. It doesn't work out, and that brings Stephen Kokoschka back into the fold here. Now, will Kokoschka be able to keep it on the track here on the exit of the final corner? Because if he can, then that will very easily be an opportunity to get past. A little bit of a wiggle in the final corner, though. It means that he doesn't get the best exit. He does have the slipstream, though. Schultz also has the slipstream on Shu, and this could be a move. No, doesn't look like it. Yeah, they've still got quite a bit of the straight to go before the braking zone, and there they reach it, but not close enough to get the move done.
He was a driver who is close enough to get the job done at turn 1. Will be Aaron Gilbert back up into 8th place there, getting by Brenton O'Brien, as we've got Brendan Murdoch down onto the pit lane. One of 3 drivers yet to complete their compulsory service. Fortunately for Brendan, he was stuck in the mid-pack there for the phase, so that's going to put him now out in a lot of clean air, I guess, if you want that, but a long way away from anyone else. Your top 2 will therefore be the final drivers yet to pit still in this one here, as we've crossed the halfway mark. 9 laps back at the line, so 8.5 and even less than that now. These group of drivers, so this gang of 4th through 7th, still trying to figure out how they're going around here. Gap looks to maybe have started stabilising to Delaney up ahead, Reese at around 6.2 seconds, but still that would be a lot of mistakes, or somehow a lot of speed that needs to come from at least Brad White, if not several of the group. Here is Schultz loose through the carousel. We'll lose spot to Kokoschka here through the field king.
Yeah, and they both get a bit of understeer on. There goes Schultz into the wall, just brushes up against it. And that will be a little bit of physical damage to his car potentially. It looks pretty clean from our perspective, but yeah, that's a shame there for Schultz. One mistake turning into a massive loss of time, as we're on board now with Matt Brunt. Aaron Gilbert's already gotten past Brenton O'Brien, and now Mr. Brunt is looking to do the same thing through Bill Mitchell Bend. Really good exit up the hill. Let's see how he takes the final corner here. Brenton O'Brien in the 026 gets a nice straight exit as Dean Powell finally goes for the lane there. He's going to let all of these drivers by. The question is, where is he going to come out? Because after starting in 5th, he'd probably be way outside the top 10 now at this point. Again, the decision not to pit early has not worked out in the favour of a few drivers tonight, as there was a big lock-up for Brenton O'Brien through turn 1. The chance was half offered to Matthew Brunt there, but it has not eventuated. So now it's going to have to be a case of turn 5.
And so, though, O'Brien with a good initial drive off of turn 3, so it would be quite the send under brakes from Blunt to make that one work there. And speaking of where has Dean Powell come out, 12th place is your answer for taking that late service. So it will, as you said, Reese, have to be a safety car that opens the doors here for these guys here, having pitted late, to get their some benefit back, because otherwise they'll just be running around in clean air. And you're on fresh tyres, I'm sure that's nice, but it's not going to help you make up places unless mistakes happen elsewhere. It leaves us with just the one car here at the front of the field in Riley Simons to come to the pit lane and take that compulsory service. Blake Delaney now has a clean bit of clean air on the nose, and I believe he is starting to make his advance on your current race leader and somewhat eke the gap out a little bit more to this group here of Rate White, Zhu, Kokoschki, and you have Craig Schultz as Zhu's going to go wide through Canada Corner Race, and that's now 2 places gained in the space of a lap for Kokoschki here to unforced errors from other drivers ahead.
Indeed. Hopefully Kokoschka minimises his own unforced errors here as we come back to the spot where he had his big slide a few laps ago. Keeps it well away from the gravel this time around and will be in hot pursuit of Zach Rattray White. So your current race top 3 effective with Riley Simons yet to take his stop. Once he's out of the picture, it will be Delaney, Rattray White and Kokoschka your podium. Ian Zhu still has a chance potentially at a top 3 here in Super Split 2. And Delaney was the fastest car on track last time by some margin over the driver surrounding him. Kokoschka was the only driver to get close to him. 207.5 was the lap from Delaney, 207.7 for Kokoschka, but Zach Rattray White a 208.2. So he is looking under some significant threat. And Riley Simons on the oldest tyres in the field is going to now be very difficult for him in terms of pace. Penalty, meanwhile, for Aaron Gilbert for contact on lap 7. And that one
with David Kinman.
Yeah.
Kinman, unfortunately, in defence and subsequently has retired from the race. So, a bit of ends up being a fairly clear-cut decision in that sense that one driver has carried on somewhat unaffected. The other driver, unfortunately, found a fence and then had to retire the car due to significant damage. So, unfortunately, that will stall Gilbert's run here and will send him outside the top 10 at the very least. So, he might drop in and around where Dean Howe currently circulating. We'll have to see how that all stacks up once that pit driver penalty is taken here in the next couple of laps.
The battle for 6th overall continues, and now Craig Schultz will be happy to know that Gilbert has received a penalty and so doesn't have to worry too much about the advance forward for that number 7 Mustang. We'll see if Gilbert decides to jump into the pits this time around as Riley Simons goes for his mandatory pit stop, and the field is now cleansed. Everyone has taken their mandatory visit to the pits thus far. Looks to me like Aaron Gilbert to the last couple of corners has decided to make his way in to serve that penalty as well. So 6th, well now 5th place is pretty much secure for Craig Schultz for the time being. We'll have to see what kind of pace O'Brien and Brunt can eke out of those cars. Here's Kokoschka on Rattray White, meanwhile. Really caught up to him in the last couple of laps. Took another 6/10 out of him over the last circuit of Road America.
It's the case of maybe seeing someone who pushed their tyres a little too hard at the start of this stint versus someone who was a little more conservative. I'm saying that Kokoschki's definitely had a couple of wild moments, but running wide like that at turn 5 is not going to help the 15 of Rattray White. Inside of turn 6 is Kokoschki's. Rattray White's going to hold it around the outside there and then claim back the apex at turn 7. The hurry downs is going to send both drivers almost to the edge of the curve. Thankfully, neither car goes off, but looks like Rattray White's going to yield that spot there just in case, which is an interesting call there. But I guess, well, diffuse tensions and resolve the issue by, well, making sure there's no issue anymore, I guess, is a good sporting play. We'll see if perhaps that was, I wonder if that would have been an unnecessary redress in the eyes of race control. Hopefully we'll get a chance to keep on that one. But alas, well, might be on here at Canada Corner, because that was a pretty rough run for Kokoschki. Rattray White coming back at him with some speed here, Reece.
Yep, and the space is left to the inside, but Rattray White a little earlier on the brakes. Kokoschka basically dives towards the inside of the corner to try and keep him behind here, and it did look like a pretty hefty whack to Kokoschka when they came together through the hurry downs. He might have a little bit of damage to that car, which is affecting the drivability of that Mustang. And that is another poor exit from the final corner. And Rattray White is going to have it coming up to the first corner. Also behind them, Ian Xu in the slipstream of the partially stricken Kokoschka there. Oh dear, take it easy, boys. Oops, covered off in the middle there by Rattray White. Kokoschka tries round the outside of turn 1, and Rattray White, oh goodness me. Stephen Kokoschka is apparently not too happy with how things are going here. He doesn't quite like being forced to the outside on the exit of turns, it seems.
Yeah, I mean, look, fair enough. You're a driver, you don't want to be run off the road, but I guess there's also a case of, well, when is a case of driver getting on the radio too much? Because in that one there, I'd argue that it was Rattray White getting more or less entirely clear and then just sealing the deal by forcing Kokoschka to yield. Although, again, White at turn 5 for the number 15 Commodore there allows Kokoschka to close back on up by turn 6. This time, though, no chance of a look up on the side and able to get the overlap under brakes there. But little mistakes like that when you're leading a group of cars like this just keeps these drivers in the fight here. As you got a little animated too about Ian Xu getting close down at the exit of turn 1 after he'd tried to challenge Rattray White there. So I mean, yeah, I guess animate on the radio, fair enough. It's just a question of at some point, sometimes it's better just to try and keep your eyes on the road, get your head down, and make the moves on track rather than by complaining all that much on the radio. Perhaps there's good slipstream, but not close enough here into Canada corner Reese, so they'll stay single file. We'll see though if he can turn serve down the front straightaway here, like we saw last time round.
Through Bill Mitchell Bend they go, and quite a bit of curb used for both cars, but Kokoschka kept it a little bit more stable there. Let's see what they do here on the exit. It's a very good line from Kokoschka through the corner, but Rattray White gets a slightly better run. Kokoschka, meanwhile, is in the slipstream, and he'll be able to pull alongside. It's defensive now from Zach Rattray White. Let's see how brave Kokoschka is on the brakes here. It's going to be a slightly narrower turn in for Zach, and there we go. Stephen Kokoschka is through. Nicely done as well. A little bit of cooperation, I think, from Zach Rattray White as well.
Yep, well, as it so happens, they would indeed, race driver indeed would have said he would have been at fault for the contact back at 2 laps ago at the hurry downs, but the redress immediately means that no need to take action, and also no need to take action for turn 1 last time around, pardon me, there either. So we'll see if Rattray White can get back on the bumper of Kokoschka's Mustang. Is checking out another one of the fights that started to brew on track here. Roy Clark versus Stuart Crawford here for 8th place on the road. Clark late to the middle to cover off the inside, but it's opened up at the apex. Crawford looks, but he's not there. Reese will have to tuck back in on corner exit.
Both drivers locking up on the way in as well. The fight continues, meanwhile, between Kokoschka, Rattray White and Xu for second on the road. And Ian here definitely has noticed that Zach Rattray White is a little bit less pacey than these guys, a little bit more inconsistent as well. So he'll be hoping the Pursuit Sim Racing 127 has a little bit left in it here towards the end. Through the kink, just slightly wide of the apex. That's not going to help us run down the back stretch by the railway line down to Canada corner. And Rattray White in the slipstream of Kokoschka remains close and made up quite a bit of time under brakes there, but a little bit of a wiggle in the middle of the corner means that Kokoschka gets a slightly better exit out of Canada.
Still back and forth between these two here. Xu, obviously still part of the group, but I have to say, after the past 2 laps of back and forth here between Kokoschka and Rattray White, and it's really going to take a really big incident to stir things up for Xu to get through based on the way he's hanging back. But it could be the case he's just hanging back. Never mind that for Rattray White. He looks to the inside of turn 1, but doesn't force the error from Kokoschka that time and too far back to commit to a move up the inside. So that will bring you back closer again to a sort of somewhat erase my point I was making about hanging on back at the rear of the trio at this stage. But then again, we're inside 3 laps to go. Zhu wants to make a proper crack at the second place position here on the road. He will have to set it up sooner rather than later as we come down to turn 5 once again. Drivers taking a fairly standard approach to the turn. No one really looking to get defensive here at this stage race.
Yeah, looking like it. Well, that was an aggressive turn in for Kokoschka there, just across the rise. The rear end probably broke free a little bit, so they'll have to be careful of that. We only have a couple of laps to go here. There will be 2 to go when Blake Delaney crosses the line next. So time's rapidly running out for these guys to sort themselves out for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. And Rattray White losing out to Kokoschka a little bit in that sector of the circuit. This means that Ian Zhu will potentially have a run, but I just noticed that Zhu had a very big sideways moment at the exit of the carousel. So again, he's not going to be a factor in this for the time being, and they are pushing so hard on the exit, aren't they?
So now's the time to really test the limits of what they've got underneath them here, and I guess now is the time you test that limit. You're not in a fight just this second in terms of trying to set up a move. You're not on the gearbox. It's a couple of car links now between Kokoschka and Rattray White. It's going to make their way into the final turn. Coming to 2 laps to go. The race leader now has a 10-second margin to these guys here. Second on back. Jump to another VRS replay. Dean Powell and Riley Simons on the cam here. So Powell defending to the inside of turn number 8. Simons, though, going to go around the outside, and pinch Powell down. Actually, quite nicely done indeed with the tyres there for Simons. Takes that place and starts moving a couple of colours away on that lap to boot. It's also on here between Brendan O'Brien and Matthew Brunt for 6th place on the road, and this might just be our closest fight at this stage. But Brunt a little checked up there through turn 3. We'll have to get a bit more better run down here to turn 5 to make another crack at 2.6.
It's also going off for 8th here. Roy Clark and Stuart Crawford still together, and the Benter Alliance car will be looking over his shoulder here.
It's on again for the group up ahead.
Oh, yeah, Zhu with a really big slide there under the Corvette bridge. And up the inside, Brendan O'Brien defending from Matthew Brunt. Excellent little exchange between those two. We're going to get another view at what happened to Ian Zhu there. And through turn 5 he goes. And looked like Zach Rattray White was actually quite compromised there. Went defensive. Now, what's happened here? Oh, a little bit of a lock up there for Ian Zhu. We're going to stay on the replay here because Roy Clark and Stuart Crawford. Clark, a little bit deep. Over-under attempt here from Stuart Crawford, who goes up the inside. A little bit later on the brakes, but again, the rear end goes light over that rise. And you're trying to turn into the corner at the same time. So, Roy Clark straight back through. But for how long? They're on the way down to Canada Corner right now. And Crawford in the slipstream. It's defensive from Roy Clark. Moves back to the racing line. The efforts of Stuart Crawford not able to go for much. Oh yeah, at the final corner this time. Losing even more time, and he's actually going to lose positions here to O'Brien and Brunt. It's a big shame for him as the final lap has now begun for our race leader, Blake Delaney. Already making his way out of turn 3 and down the back straight. The fight between Brunt and O'Brien will continue, though. Defensive from O'Brien. Brunt following him into the corner on the same line, curiously. We'll have to wait and see how things go between them here. He's trying to stick it up the inside into turn 3. That's not going to work, but a lock-up from O'Brien briefly opens the door on the way in. And now Ian Zhu might be able to get 2 positions back that he has just lost. He won't be able to get it back from Craig Schultz, but slipstream time for the Sim Racing Mustang. He has the outside line, the racing line, into turn 5. He is slightly later on the brakes than O'Brien is. He's going to try and sweep around the outside here. Compromised on the way through the corner. O'Brien still gets ahead of him, and Brunt will try and find a way through in an ever-closing gap on driver's left. O'Brien gives him the space through the corner, and Zhu, he has no place to put his car at the moment. He has no way of getting past these drivers. That's incredible stuff from this trio here. Zhu then tries up the inside. That is way too deep, and he forces O'Brien off the racetrack. That is immediately a call to race control for Brenton O'Brien, and Zhu forces his way up the inside of Brunt as well. That might be a post-race penalty for Ian Zhu, as off the track goes Stuart Crawford. That is a big shame there in the KFC livery machine. The opposite of a big shame, meanwhile, for Blake Delaney. Had the pace in practice, played the pit game perfectly, pitting under the safety car, and he is going to get the golden ticket. Your winner of the final Super Split 2 race for 2022 is Blake Delaney for Fishy Motorsports.
But across the line as well to boot. No pressure there whatsoever for him. Kokoschki is going to bring it home in second to wrap up his V8SCOPS season for 2022. As it's going to be Rathay White for third. I've just seen Brendan O'Brien trying to get past Roy Clark for seventh. And it was actually around the outside of Bill Mitchell Bend he tried, which is ambitious to say the least. As we'll see here, Ian Zhu is going to come across the line in fifth, but well, he will be demoted back behind Brendan O'Brien, you'd think, at the minimum. Not sure why there wouldn't be a redress attempt, because to be honest, that was quite the clumsy mistake there under brakes into turn number 8. And as a result, costing O'Brien a chance at a top 5 finish there after everything was said and done. The last couple of drivers are going to wrap up here, but we'll walk our way through the results to wrap things up. And 10.5 seconds at the line for Delaney. A pretty comfortable race, all in all, ahead of Stephen Kokoschki there in second. Zach Rathay White unable to keep the pressure on there in the final couple laps. We'll have to consolidate there for third. Greg Schultz brings it home in fourth place there in the 6:54 for 9.5 Sim Sports. Ian Zhu, to say they're fifth on the road, but we'll see him demoted down post-race by the race control team. Matt Brunt, therefore, elevated up out of P6. Roy Clark, not the same, will be up out of P7. And Brenton O'Brien, unfortunately for him, they're there at the 8th of the line. We'll at least get a spot back afterwards from the steward. Stuart Crawford next there. A little moment for him because of the carousel we caught there on the final lap. We'll still finish in P9 though. And Riley Simmons, your fastest driver in pre-qualifying once things were adjusted for withdrawals this week. Unfortunately, not the right strategy for him tonight. Race will have to round out the race there in position number 10.
Better luck next time, Riley, with Dean Powell coming home in 11th spot. Aaron Gilbert with a drive-through penalty is going to finish in 12th. Stead Miller finishes lucky 13th. Tim Mulford was another driver who did not go for the lane under the safety car. Goes for 14th then, as Lindsay Hobbs rounds out the top 15. Then we've got Brendan Murdoch, the last finisher there, with unfortunate retirements for David Kinman, Brady Baldwin, Teo Sorono, and Jack Anderson. That is 20 drivers and 17 finishers, or 16, sorry. And that's going to wrap things up for Super Split 2 for 2022. But don't go away. We still have the Road America 250 coming up in the main game. Virtual Racing School V8SCOPS. The Too Easy Finance Road America 250 is continuing very shortly here on SimSpeed TV. Stay with us.
This is your chance to get behind the wheel. The opportunity to race just like the pros. From the grassroots levels, where we all got our start, to the most popular race cars on the planet. From the fairgrounds of Nashville to the high banks of Daytona, to tracks that will never be forgotten. Realistic driving, intense competition, all from the comfort of your own home. This is the ultimate motorsports simulation. This is iRacing.
because dirt racing is available now. Download your copy today.
Are you new to sim racing, or maybe a veteran struggling to reach the next level? Have you ever wondered how the aliens reach impressive lap times that seem impossible to achieve? If so, you're not alone. Most drivers reach a certain level and get stuck. But getting faster on track is easier than you think. V8S coaches are some of the best sim racers in the world and offer one-on-one driver skills training at affordable rates to help new drivers learn the basics and help experienced drivers break through to the next level. Are you ready to get faster and get off the iRacing roller coaster? If so, V8S one-on-one personal training is for you. If you've invested in your equipment, it might be time to invest in yourself. Just go to virtualracingschool.com and sign up for a 30, 60 or 90-minute session with one of our world-class coaches, and you'll learn exactly what to do for faster lap times and more podiums.
This is the world's premier online racing simulation. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat from your home computer with the most realistic online motorsports experience you'll find anywhere. Race virtually in the world's biggest events with officially licensed series, cars, and tracks. From the high banks of Daytona to the blistering speeds of Indianapolis, the dirt of Eldora to the world's most legendary road courses. It's all here, and with more than 180,000 people just like you already driving, you'll always have someone to race. Ready to get behind the wheel? Sign up at iRacing.com to get started.
This is fantastic. This is GT racing right now.
He's got traction. He's got rid of the outside of both of them. Maloney.
Oh, he's taken Anderson. Anderson's up top.
Oh my God. Oh, big crash. Oh my goodness. Half the field's going to get rolled.
Second very close. These guys are going to want to make their way through the field very quickly. Oh, there we go. Oh no. That's massive. This is it. This is over. I can't believe this. Oh my God.
God, what?
You're watching SimSpeed TV. This is the Virtual Racing School V8SCOPS, the 15th and final round of the 2022 season from Road America. It's time for the main game after an action-packed race in Super Split 2. We've got twice the amount of cars and maybe twice the amount of action coming up for you. Over 250 Ks of racing with 2 mandatory pit stops involved as well. I'm Reese Gardner, it's Dan Yeaman alongside me and Jay Kennedy on production. Well, Dan, what can Split 2 tell us about the way Split 1 will potentially go?
It's a good question to ask there, Reese. I think it tells us that obviously mistakes can be easy to make here today. We've seen issues down into Canada corner, down at turn 1, turn 5, turn 8, which, funnily enough, are all the bigger braking zones on this track. Drivers maybe gambled a little bit more on what they had underneath them versus what they actually did have, and therefore misjudged and put the car in a bit too deep in a few places there, unfortunately. I think what it also tells us is that it could go one of two ways, realistically. It could be a good race in terms of we get some close, clean battling, but at the same time we've seen elbows out in split 2 at times. Did not go so well for at least one of the drivers who was trying to fight there as part of all that. So it really is in the driver's hands to see as to whether we get a close, clean fight or whether the elbows out turns to tears in the process, should things keep going beyond what's needed up first as well. Got a bit of time before qualifying starts, so let's talk through the championship standings race, because it is a two-way fight for the championship tonight, and it's everything to play for between our top two.
Absolutely it is. Jordan Ross might still be an outside chance if both Burke and Myers retire before lap 26, but realistically, Brady Myers and Wayne Burke, the two major players here. Myers is 58 points ahead of Wayne Burke there. So essentially what that means is, in order for Brady Myers to win the championship, all he needs to do is finish in 9th place or higher. In order for Burke to win the championship, Myers has to finish 9th or lower if Burke wins. If Burke finishes 2nd, Myers has to finish 11th or lower. And if Burke finishes 3rd on back, Myers has to finish at least 10 places behind him, and that will give Wayne Burke the championship title. And if Brady Myers retires from this race before lap 26, Burke just needs to finish or be classified in order to get the title. And I say lap 26 because we have to consider when the minimum classified distance comes in. It's 67% of the race completed. That's the rule for V8SCOPS. If you complete at least 67% of the race, rounded down to the nearest lap, then you will get points, regardless of whether you actually see the checkered flag. And Road America, we're racing for 39 laps tonight. That basically means that you have to complete lap 26 in order to be classified, or complete 26 laps, rather. So that's how things are at the top of the standings. There's only 50 points between Adam Briggs and Andrew Dyson as well for 5th place. We'll have to wait and see how things go. There we are then, Wayne Burke highlighted on the timing screen here in the practice session. And Brady Myers, I presume, will have the same applied to him as coming across the line now. The Trans-Tasman machine, 206.545 in the practice session for the number 22, the championship leader, coming into this round. And that Trans-Tasman livery has become iconic among the Australian and New Zealand sim racing community. Trans-Tasman Racing, one of the most successful outfits in this area of the world when it comes to virtual racing. Synergy Sim Racing has been around just about as long as Trans-Tasman has, but haven't quite seen the same level of success. Their 2022, though, Dan, has just been leaps and bounds from their past form. They have gotten some really fast drivers into their fold, and they've really upped their game.
They sure have. You're not wrong there. It's really been a great example of, I mean, also a team that definitely expanded its lineup this year when it comes to driver acquisitions and roster shuffling, but it has paid off, and then they've been able to put their efforts in behind Wayne Burke now as the driver hunting that championship opportunity here in V8SCOPS for 2022. But well, we do have a couple of the Trans-Tasman cars. Richard Hansford has returned to the wheel of the 28 TTR Mustang there, and looks like he's got some good pace there to potentially play wingman for Brady this evening. By the looks of things, he also got Lee Ellis out there on circuit in the number 18 TTR machine. Unfortunately, no lap time just yet for Lee, so we'll have to wait probably until later on, or if not qualifying, to get a better measure of things, of course. Got Madison down, you saw there. Kurt Stenberg also going to be out behind the wheel. So indeed, both teams bringing a decent number of drivers to the party to make sure that their guys get the best opportunity they can to have a crack at the championship. As we now flick through some of the Synergy Sim Racing drivers there. Brenton Hobson in the 88 first up, followed there by Damien Johnson. Adam Briggs next there in the 72 machine.
Yep, Kenneth Latter as well, a more recent signing to Synergy Sim Racing, formerly of simrigs.com DPR. And we've also got Jordan Ross in there as well, a long-time driver at Synergy Sim Racing, and definitely showing himself to be one of their quickest drivers in that Mustang. And there is Wayne Burke in the number 89, second in the championship. He could be looking at his first V8SCOPS title today if all of the pieces fall together in just the right way. Speaking of drivers returning, I've got to bring some attention to the driver at the top of the practice timesheets at the moment, Jake Burton in car number 8. Formerly based in Perth, now based in Melbourne, and is a long-time competitor in the V8SCOPS Championship. He's another one of those drivers that hasn't been, in the fold recently in 2022 for the most part. But of course, the final round is a great opportunity to get back out there and show what he can do. Driving for Vanderbilt Sim Racing, team that used to drive for Vanderbilt Sim Racing. Unfortunately, that team recently ended. It's a real shame to see the departure of one of the most successful sim racing outfits worldwide in recent years. Either way, Jake Burton competing independently here tonight, still showing that he's got pace, and he'll be hoping that he can get some good times down to win this particular event format. We got 2 qualifying groups once again. Qualifying is going to go for 35 minutes. The first 15 minutes will be devoted to the drivers that qualified from 21st to 40th, including the Split 2 winner, and then there'll be a 5-minute break and another 15 minutes for the drivers that pre-qualified 1st to 20th. And of course, we've got a 39-lap race coming up, 2 compulsory pit stops that can be taken any time between the end of lap 2 and the start of lap 38.
Yeah, so we'll be seeing how drivers opt to split that strategy. The 2-stop requirement opening up some options there for good measure as well. So cards will be kept close to the chest, I'm sure. I'm curious to ask drivers after the race how things go, but that obviously depends a lot on what we'll see out on track as to whether safety cars come out and how that affects the strategy, because of course what we saw in Super Split 2, if you don't take your pit stop when a safety car comes out, you're really just shooting yourself in the foot here. And with 2 CPSs required for the top split race here tonight, you'd be absolutely crazy not to take at least one of them should you get a safety car that enables everyone to punch up and then have the pits open at the end of lap 2. As the rules regarding the compulsory pit window.
Yeah, indeed. And the Split 2 race demonstrated a point that has remained consistent at Road America for the entirety of its use on the iRacing service. The pit time delta is very significant here. Not only is Road America's pit lane incredibly long, there's also quite a bit of straight line speed that's going up on the start-finish straight itself. So if you pit under green flag conditions, you're guaranteed to lose a ton of time. Now, the upshot of that is if there isn't a safety car, you haven't had the opportunity to pit under a safety car, then pitting under green flag conditions means that an undercut is definitely possible and could potentially work out in your favour with such a long time spent in the pits.
Yeah, absolutely. That is a good point to make there, of course. The fact that fresh tyres are such a powerful tool in this car around a long circuit like this means that you should get a nice bit of benefit from a fresh pair of boots on your wheels around a circuit like here at Road America. Also, again, with a lot of loading and high-speed stuff as well. That'll obviously all play into the mix as drivers are trying to get their way around a lappy in race conditions. And also consider the fact, Reece, that temperatures here for Split 1 are a fair bit warmer than they were for Super Split 2. It is approaching 2:40 p.m. virtual time in the middle of a sunny May day, which means that we've got an air temperature of 25 degrees Celsius, but more importantly, a track temperature that is already at 45 degrees Celsius. And unless we see some cloud cover from the dynamic sky transition over the track, I don't think that temperature is coming down any time soon here. So we might be seeing a hot track all the way through here this afternoon, this evening I should say, for us in real time when it comes to the racing action.
It's going to be crucial for qualifying as well, because the hotter the track gets, of course, the quicker the tyres heat up. And we've made the point a couple of times this weekend that the tyres in this car are best when they're cold and fresh out of the pits. And a consistent issue that we've seen with V8SCOPS qualifying sessions is the first lap that you do is usually your quickest, because there's plenty more to consider other than the track temperature itself. When there's a bunch of cars out on track in a qualifying session, you know, working some weight into the road and scrubbing tyres across the racetrack, that heats up the track even more. So if you're first out in a qualifying session, if you're leading the train, you're guaranteed to do your best possible time as long as you can put a lap together, which of course is way easier said than done. Got a few drivers on the Zoom wall tonight. We've got Ben Christensen, who often helps out OSR in race control, but is doing a bit of racing himself here. We've got Thomas Hinz with his pedal cam, and the youngest driver in the field. That right there is Rayan Leonage at only 12 years old, and getting his first podium in the series back at the round in Winton some weeks ago. He is a very quick kid, and definitely he's going to go places if his pace this year is anything to go by.
Yeah, we'll be curious to see what we get from Rehan starting next year, because sort of really popped into the top split here, middle of the season. And when you make a splash like that midway through, certainly puts other drivers on notice who are around his pace at the very least. So curious to see if he can hit the ground running next year when we get the season back underway at Circuit Gilles Villeneuve. Much like Road America being the traditional home of the season finale, we do of course have the Montreal Grand Prix street course there. It's very much becoming the traditional opener for the season for V8SCOPS, as well as clock now inside 2 minutes to go. So this is going to be almost time up, and for anyone who's currently circulating around on track, they won't get a chance to finish the lap they're about to start in the case of that Banter Alliance car, which would have been a James Chastanoff. But there's your dates for our opening round in 2023. Lock it in. Thursday the 9th of February, pre-qualifying will open. Race day, Sunday the 12th of February, 2023.
Yeah, and of course, we will have the full roster of V8SCOPS supports categories as well. For the time being, we are going to carry over the V8s, flat sixes, and 2-litre Tourers from this year. But if you go back and watch our video on demand of the second night of supports on Saturday, you'll hear some interesting tidbits from Henry King in his interview with us. There's news potentially of GT4 cars being a potential category for supports next year. So very interesting 2023 ahead for us, and looking forward to bringing it all to you live on SimSpeed TV. 20 seconds left in the practice session then, and we'll be able to get into the meat of the night. The qualifying session, cars positions 41 to 21 in pre-qualifying, with 15 minutes to set their times. And that's how things are at the end of the practice session. Madison Down, the 3-time champion of this series, just putting in a quick time right at the end there. 0.05 of a second ahead of his Trans-Tasman teammate Richard Hampstead. Jake Burton in third. Championship leader Brady Myers in fourth. Rayan Leonage as fast as ever in 5th place, ahead of 2nd place in the championship, Wayne Burke. Briggs, Ross, Costello, and Ellis will round out your top 10. Let's see how different that looks by the end of this next 35 minutes. We are ready to go here. The drivers just waiting on the call here, and they will be making their way out of the pit lane here. A lot of drivers now will be making their way out here, and it looks like the charge is going to be led by Trans-Tasman Racing, the number 47 of Kurt Stenberg, a series veteran, leading the way out here with Chris Coxhead just behind him in the Jinx Shifters 208. And we've got Logan Barnett in the 011 making way for Michael Whiting and James Chastaneuf in the Banter Alliance 427. A lot of jigging about going on here into turn 3, it seems, because one of the things you need at Road America for the best possible time is often a slipstream. And it seems that we have a Formula One Monza 2019 situation going on here with drivers wanting to be behind someone for the best possible lap.
There's that, and there's also the whole thing with the tyres that drivers will be worrying about here. With those really hot conditions here in the server, really taking it easy on this outlap if you can maintain a good position. It's a double-edged sword, because as you said, you want to be behind somewhere, which means you're kind of set to whatever the person ahead is doing, and well, in this case, everyone wants to be the guy who's got some slipstream as well, so you've got that to worry about on top of that as well. But then it's all about, not idling around, but nice and easy cruising here. Minimal load on the tyres through the turns, making sure you're also then not over-rotating them in terms of speed and therefore pressure build-up. As you see here that Chastaneuf has checked out at the front of the group. He has decided to do his own thing here for this open lap. And to be honest, I'm actually not too negative on that idea, really. This is going to be a session where in 15 minutes there's some time in here to get a couple of runs done, get something on the board as a baseline before you start hunting for every last tenth. And having a clean track and clear air behind as well certainly helps with that endeavour.
Well, James Chastaneuf keeping up the pace here as he makes his way towards the final corner. And if we can, I'd like to go on board with Shasty for a lap of Road America. We can see what it's like from the driver's perspective. Here we go then. James Chastaneuf up the hill and towards the line. The exit from the final corner is crucial to start your lap off in the best way possible. Go! There is the start of the lap, and you're looking for the cones on the left-hand side that denote the braking zone. He gets on the brakes just before the cones start and then tips it into the first turn here. Use as much of the curve as you dare. Try and get on the power as quickly as possible. Up into fourth and then fifth. Back down into third gear and tipping it in for turn 3. And it looks like he was actually going into second gear that time around, trying to get the best drive off the corner. Then a long flat out section under the Wisconsin Cheese Bridge. And let's get our way down to turn 5, get on the brakes just before the number 3 marker. Very hard on the brakes, down into second for this very tight left-hander. One of the best passing opportunities on the track. Use all the curve on the exit, and then hard on the brakes again under the Corvette Bridge. Try and tip it in, and he runs a little bit wide, does James Chastaneuf. That crest on the way into the corner not working out for him. There's the hurry downs, a little bit of oversteer on the exit, and then down the hill towards this. Again, another very tight left-hander. Don't take too much curve on the inside because you'll get an off-track and potentially a slowdown. Then the iconic section of the circuit, the carousel, this never-ending right that is taken in third, potentially fourth gear, just up at the fourth on the exit. Uses trying to use the curve on the exit as well. Then the kink, the most fearsome corner in America. Got to absolutely nail the line. Try not to take too much grass on the exit, otherwise that is an off-track. And then it's the run down the Canada corner. Got to be careful to get your car straight before you get on the brakes. Chastity does that, and down into second for a corner that's a bit faster than it looks. Try and use the curb on the exit as well to get the best drive off the Bill Mitchell bend that goes up the hill. Take the curb, hop over it a little bit. Don't take too much grass on the exit either there, Chastity. Don't know if this lap is going to be valid. It is not valid. He's taken a bit too much of the grass, and that lap is gone. So he's not going to see this lap through, unfortunately. Into the pits goes James Chastaneuf. But we'll get our first times coming in momentarily, and looks to me as though there's actually Michael Whiting there who set the first proper time, a 2:07.5, followed by a 2:07.2 from Ben Morris, a 2:06.7 from Chris Coxhead. Damien Johnstone goes second, Logan Barnett goes third. We're on board here with Ben Christensen as he makes his way down to Canada corner as the times continue flowing in.
That they do. So We'll be curious to see how many drivers have stumbled here in the opening stint. Scott Gamble is going to be the one to go fastest on this first run for the time being by a mere 0.003 of a second from Chris Coxhead. As Christensen, as we've stayed on board with him, to the final turn he comes. He will now pick up the throttle. Little wobble there on the exit of the final turn, but nothing out of the ordinary there. To the line he will come, and we're looking for Christensen on the board. Where will it be? The answer is 13th place. So it gets something for starters, at least 207.5. Puts him a decent ways back from the front of the field, but it's something to improve on here with 6 minutes already off the clock for this opening group of cars. So they aren't going to get too many more opportunities to get a lap on the board. Maybe 3 runs total if they can get out real quick here and go again.
Jordan Siberis putting himself 16th with a 208.742. No, actually, that's going to be 15th, I think. No, yeah, 16th. My apologies. Siberis would have been the pole sitter for Super Split 2, were it not for a couple of absences from Split 1, moving him into this server for tonight. So, looks like, 16 of our 20 drivers out on track at the moment have set times. Justin Wallace is one of the drivers looking to actually get one on the board here for the Analytical Race on Oz team. Another outfit that has been a long-time competitor in V8SCOPS is Race on Oz, and they've certainly had some good results in that time. Meanwhile, Scott Gamble, Evolution Racing Team 7, he is the current fastest driver out there on the circuit, and we'll see if he commits to the end of this lap. No, he won't. He's going to jump straight back in after setting that single lap there. So, most drivers into the pits. And we'll wait here for James Chastaneuf to get a time on the board. We haven't seen times yet from either Kurt Stenberg, Paul Young, Michael Taliancic, Justin Wallace, and Darren Lobb. But the 4:27 is seeing the end of this lap through. What kind of time is this going to be from Chasty? It doesn't look like it's even come up. It's been another issue there. I think he actually might be starting a hot lap. Yeah, that was the end of his out lap, so my apologies for that little Gardner gaff. Wouldn't be a V8SCOPS event without one of those.
Yeah, well, the timing does check out that, yes, he would have come straight back out and got on the road there. So we'll see what he can do, because I was going to say, just as we were wrapping up that lap with Chastaneuf, for the most part, it looked nice and tidy, and maybe not the absolute fastest he could have pulled off, but at the very least would have ticked all the boxes in terms of getting a lap on the board. And then alas, Bill Mitchell Ben just washed that little bit too wide there and got the off track to invalidate the run. So far again, turn 5 looking nice enough. This time through turn 6, he gets that to the apex. We saw it was a little wide on his first attempt, so things looking a little better in that particular part of the circuit. Again, leaving a bit of space to the outside of the curve through the hurry downs, and coming down to turn 8, getting that car turned in nicely again as well. So this opening half lap, once more ticking the boxes for James Chastaneuf. Just needs to convert here to get the lap on the board, and ideally somewhere in that top half, I think, as well to boot.
He stayed in 4th gear through the carousel that time, which induced a little bit of understeer. So he managed to bring it back in for a straight exit. We'll see how that affects his time at the end of the lap. Chastaneuf set a 2:08.8 in practice, so he'll be hoping to at least do as well as that, and probably better. Nice clean run through Canada Corner. Now here's where he made the mistake on his first lap. Bill Mitchell Bend, he keeps it well within the bounds of the racing surface that time around, and then a nice wide entry into the final corner. 2nd gear up into 3rd as you go over the curbs. All right, here we go then. Take 2. What time is this going to be from James Chastaneuf? Up to the line he comes, and it's going to be a 2:07.107. Very solid effort there to P6 provisional.
That's the kind of time you need to put on the board at first, at the very least. So it now has to work from there, but not long left in the session. 5 minutes remaining. Realistically, that is 1 run because, of course, that no escape rule you mentioned before the start of the split 2 race release means these drivers, same here in qualifying, will not be not allowed to abort their laps out on track and tow back to the pits. They will have to complete a full in-lap if that is what they are looking for. So at this point in time, these drivers here running out of time to get things done. Darren Lobb's going to jump up into the 206s with a 206.9. Kurt Stenberg, 206.745. Is that enough to displace Scott Gamble? It is indeed. So here comes the fleet for the second time around indeed. And we'll see how much more shuffling we get in the order. Lobb's now gone to 6th place with that time. So Vesteni putting himself to provisional P1 in the group. Now it means there are 20 drivers with a time on the board. Justin Wallace, the only one who's been out on the circuit so far. Reese yet to put on the board. But good to see also 4 drivers inside 1/10 of a second. In fact, inside 600ths of a second to boot. One of them being Chris Coxhead here, currently sitting P3.
Yeah, Chris Coxhead has done a good job this time around, and looks like this might be the final run that he'll be able to get in. Justin Wallace is also only going to have one opportunity to get a time down here. He's already been out a couple of times in this session, but hasn't put a lap time on the board yet. He does still have time to complete a lap as long as he starts it before the 20 minutes to go mark. So we'll stay with Coxhead towards the end of this lap, getting a little whisper of a slipstream off the 2 cars ahead of him. And I've got to say, Coxhead has definitely shown himself to be quite strong at the end of a season in V8SCOPS competition. How will he go through Bill Mitchell Bend towards the end of the lap? Oh, just dips a wheel into the gravel. That's going to be an off track there. And if he wasn't already on an in lap, I think we'll see him peel towards the pit lane. And indeed, that is the case. We do see that Mustang, though, staying out. That was Brody Sentence, who sets a 207.3 and moves up to 15th place. Michael Whiting also moves up to 15th. Meanwhile, we have Blake Warboys, WKMP Sim Sports, dominant victor in the NTE Series Endurance Series at Sandown yesterday. And that's a 206.7 there for Blake. That's going to put him a solid second behind Kurt Stenberg, with Blake Delaney also improving just behind him. Our Split 2 winner is 7th provisionally.
He's looking good there. It's now 5 drivers on a 206.7. And 3 of them, well, pardon me, 2 of them are on a 206.77 to boot there. Blake Mason too far behind on 206.78, and Blake Woodboys just ahead of them on the 206.76. It is Stenberg who sits of the group the furthest away from everyone else on that still current provisional pole time. Justin Wallace there, that's an out lap number for him, of course, so this will be his final chance to put something on the board. Otherwise, it will be a P41 start for him, most likely, as he comes around turn 1 and then to turn 3 here, because as I like to mention every now and again when we visit these American tracks, the marshalling post system that America has opted for makes for some interesting number choices and uses here. So alas, there are some apexes that probably don't deserve to be numbered, but it's what we get given here. There's a little wiggle on the front end there into turn 5, but gets it pulled up. Reese on this particular run end, somewhat conservative there on the exit, getting up to turn 6 as he gets that car turned in nicely enough as well there for good measure.
To the hurry downs then, and through this right-hand kink, and a little bit more of a straight line run here. Got to be careful of the bumps in the braking zone at this left-hander, and also at the apex too. Very easy to get the car unsettled on the way in there. I found that out the hard way a couple of times in the 2-litre Tourers support category on Friday and Saturday. Wallace runs a bit wide in the middle of the carousel, but he can bring it back in for a late apex and get a straight run onto the straight section before the kink as he go through this very fearsome corner. A little wheel dipped off of the grass, but that's still legal there. You are allowed to do that on the headlight flash because he's got traffic up ahead of him that might compromise him towards the end of this lap. That's the 011 up ahead of him of Logan Barnett. And will these guys pull over and give Justin Wallace the space? Looks like Logan Barnett will indeed do that. doesn't look like Justin Wallace is going to be compromised towards the end of this lap. The checkered flag is now out, and Wallace will be the final driver to set a time in this first group of qualifying. Let's see where it puts him. Currently no time on the board. It would be a 41st place start for him. And across the line he'll come to set a 2:07.1. That's going to put him provisional 10th for now. Pretty solid effort, but I think he'd be wondering if he'd gotten that lap in earlier when the track was a bit cooler, and or the tyres were a bit cooler as well, maybe he would have been a bit better.
Speaking of cooler and such, actually, I decided to have a look at the track temperatures just to see how things have gone, because we are now just ticked past 3 o'clock virtual time in the sim here this evening. It's actually come down 2 degrees Celsius since I mentioned and checked the track temperature during the practice phase of the session, so that therefore it means we're down to 43 degrees Celsius here on the circuit at the moment, so that is going to be important to watch. Looks like despite the belief there that Justin Wallace was the last one on a lap, Ben Christensen, well, if he was on a lap, that therefore was a solid slide out of the hurry downs, and that would have invalidated his lap, I do believe. If not invalidated, it therefore will be definitely a bit hard to improve from there. And yeah, there we go. There's the confirmation that deciding to take liberty with his in-lap here before he pulls that car up for the second half of qualifying.
Yeah, indeed. Well, that's going to end our first group here. Kurt Stenberg once again showing himself to be very strong in the first phase of qualifying. Sets a time 400ths quicker than Blake Warboys, with Scott Gamble, Chris Coxhead and Brad Ratu completing the top 5. We've got Damian Johnstone provisional 6th for now, with Blake Delaney, our split 2 winner, putting a very solid lap in there. Goodness me, these times are ridiculously close, with Darren Lobb, James Chastaneuf and Justin Wallace rounding out our top 10 so far.
Indeed, so far is the important metric. Logan Barnett, the 011 will start, well, finishes the first half of qualifying, I should say, in P11 there. So 11's all round for the most part there for Logan at this point in time, but we'll wait and see how things progress there. Damien Cairns ends Group 1 in 12th, just ahead of Ben Morris there, and Michael Whiting 13th and 14th respectively for them. And how's that? We thought the gap was pretty close up the front of the field. It's 1/1000th of a second separating Michael Whiting and Ben Christensen at this stage. Well, that's how they'll stay in qualifying here. Ben Smith, provisionally 16th, ahead of Roddy Sentence. David Kirby there rounds out the drivers 18th, and that tight formation there. Unfortunately for Angie Ritchie and Paul Young, they're the Banter Alliance duo here in Split 1 tonight. They will be at least 19th and 20th, and a healthy gap back, well, healthy gap forward, I should say, compared to those who are also in qualifying Group 1. Jordan Sybaris, the final driver to complete a time on the board, and well, I'm thinking, unfortunately for Jordan there, it will take a driver failing to set a time on the board to avoid a P41 grid spot there for him. So now all we're left with here is just running out the clock before Group 2 will be given the green flag in about a minute and a half's time here, Reese.
Indeed, the safety car drivers Nick Parker and Henry King are out on circuit at the moment, just doing a recon lap in between the 2 qualifying sessions, and then we'll be seeing the main game drivers, or the top half of the main game drivers, I should say, make their way out onto the track. We've only got a minute to go until the green flag flies for Group 2 of qualifying. And one thing that I have noticed in these split qualifying sessions is that Kurt Stenberg is always a factor. He always ends up starting really well when those split qualifying sessions end up happening. A little bit of close racing going on between our 2 Logitech G VRS safety cars. Of course, we want to thank Logitech G for coming on board this year as sponsor of the V8SCOPS support series. It was fantastic to have them on board this year, and we hope that that continues into 2023. Also, a big thanks to Virtual Racing School for continuing to be the title sponsor of V8SCOPS, and of course to Too Easy Finance as well for the round sponsorships. Fantastic group of companies here bringing these brilliant sim races to you. Just a few seconds left. The safety cars will make their way back into the pit lane. And when the 15-minute mark is hit right there, the green flag has flown. And drivers will be making their way out onto the racetrack right now. The charge for the moment looks like it is being led by second in the championship, Wayne Burke. We're focusing on Madison Down, the 3-time champion at the moment and the reigning champion of the series. He is not in the title fight this season. So let's see how much of a supporting role he plays for Brady Myers. Either way, it is Synergy, number 89, the first car on track in this second group, and he's followed very closely by Adam Briggs, another one of the newest signings to SSR, formerly of simrigs.com DPR, and jumping into the JK Signs liveried Mustang for this season. Actually looks like Synergy are 1, 2, and 3 out on track at the moment. So this will be an interesting one. Look at how slow they're all going. They are trying to preserve those tyres.
They sure are. And
Curious to see that gravel on the track as well on the way down to turn 5.
That is true there. A little bit of material moved onto the circuit during qualifying. It's interesting, actually, a little bit on the apex too, at turn 5. The drivers have cut inside the apex a tiny bit. There's a striking paint job there. Unfortunately, it's an iRacing default, but the number, well, that's certainly synonymous to quite a few people. Welcome back again, Shane Van Gisbergen, to the series. Good to have him here with us once again for the final round of the season. And whilst it's certainly not exactly preparation for Adelaide next weekend per se, Reese, at least a chance for him to have a good hit out, because he was definitely strong when we last raced at Sandown 3 weeks ago. And I think certainly someone like Shane, he'll be looking to put another strong foot forward. Also looks like at the moment he's not willing to wait around here in qualifying. He'll try and get himself up towards the front to get himself some clean air on the track here.
Yep, looks like it. And curious to see that there's been a swap at the front of the train as well, with Adam Briggs now ahead of Wayne Burke. A little bit of team playing going on, I think, there to give Wayne Burke a slipstream on his first qualifying lap. Try and get the best time possible on the grid to try and secure a proper fight against Brady Myers and the rest of the Trans-Tasman Racing crew. What an intriguing final round this is. So much to play for, and the culmination of 14 rounds to date of intense racing action. Power down for Adam Briggs out of the final corner. Wayne Burke not too far behind. We're getting the full benefit of the slipstream. He'll also be giving a little bit of a tow to Shane Van Gisbergen there as they make their way across the line to start the lap. Here's Wayne Burke, and we'll see his inputs on the way into the first turn here. Hard on the brakes, down into third gear then, and drawing a bit closer to Briggsy here. And we'll see how much Briggs will be able to stay ahead of Burke here to give him the benefit of that slipstream. This is the second of 3 long straight line sections on this track, the third being the rundown from the Kink to Canada corner. They can have to be careful here coming into turn 5. Burkey has actually has quite a good tow there, and Briggs jumps out of the way there to give him the maximum benefit. So we'll see how it works out for Burke from this point on.
Yep, that's a good, I think, play there. Rather than try and keep that toe up for longer into the lap, I mean, maybe if you wanted to nitpick the execution, he could have stayed ahead of Burke a little longer, maybe another 100 or so meters into the turn, but alas, it means it gets him out of the way, and now clean air on the nose of the 89 here through this midsection, starting there with turns 5, 6, 7, now 8 here into the carousel. He will come, and well, yes, a bit of a slipstream potentially for Shane Van Gisbergen behind, but SVG still about a second or thereabouts away from the back of the 89 machine, so plenty of space there to work into, or he'd have to work into, I should say. As through the kick would come, it's looking nice and orderly, but still on the limit of what's acceptable there through turn 11. One car, looks like Kenneth Ladder, unfortunately, is going to go a bit too far there through the kink, so that will invalidate his lap in this first attempt. So far, all good signs for Burke. Calm and control here through Canada corner to Bill Mitchell Bend, apparently. Words are hard today. That looks, well, from that angle, a little wide, but I reckon that was all good on that front. To the final turn comes Wayne Burke, and nice use of the exit curb as well. Up the hill he'll come, We'll see here what this first time from Group 2 is like on the board.
Couple of cars going off at the final corner as well, but Burke will not be worried about that. 205.923. Shane Van Gisbergen goes 0.3 faster, 205.6. Jake Burton as well going faster too. Madison down into third. Brady Myers has gone faster than Wayne Burke on that first run, 205.897. He is in fourth provisionally.
Right, here come the times. Rapidly, Jake Burton slots into P2 as well. Less than a tenth between him and Van Gisbergen. As more drivers here at the end of the group cycle on through. Brett Loxton up into 17th place with a time of 206.762, just in behind your Group 1. Best time in Group 1 from Kirsten. That's moved steady back to 16th place, and part of it, these drivers all very much bunched up here in Group 2 to get started. Also, the track temperature down another degree to 42 Celsius. Every little bit counts here as these drivers are now on that in-lap. We'll see again, though, even though it's in-lap for the most part, they're hustling, of course, to try and make sure they get every opportunity to do 3 runs here in this group. I think also noting we do have the 2 TTR cars of Down and Myers, 3rd and 4th, but you also got Richard Hampstead in P7, and while the time delta is quite significant, that can certainly be improved, I'm sure, from there. And also Lee Ellis is making a strong showing here in qualifying with 9th place for him at this stage. There it is.
Yeah, not a bad run from Ellis at all. He's always strong at Road America. Good to see him so far up the order. Thomas Freeman currently in 8th, just ahead of these guys, and we'll see what Freeman can do here. Former teammate to Corey Shepherd, who had a magnificent second half of the season, finally taking his first V8SCOPS race win back at Motegi. But of course, both of them leaving the Premier Racing team. So currently a Fishy Motorsports livery car on Thomas Freeman's machine, his Mustang. We'll see how he goes here towards the end of this lap. He might have already set the proper time on the board, and yep, everyone's coming in. Going to have a little bit of a lull here in the action. Looks like Michael Taliancic and Tyler Blackburn still out on track, but they've already set their laps, so now they are all in the pits. And we have a couple of moments to catch our breath and think about the way that this first salvo of laps has gone. So SVG, real-life champion in these cars, so you would imagine that he is going to be quick, and he certainly is. Currently quickest on the board, nearly a full 10th ahead of Jake Burton. Rapidly, the new tyres are bolted onto these cars, and we have Rainer Costello for Evolution Racing Team making his way out.
First one off the lane there, closely followed though by Taliancic there in that 1.7. Sim Racing Commodore, although Costello will pull over to the side, and I think we're going to try and pick up a teammate. The question is, does he actually have a teammate to serve tonight? I think I'm going to have to correct myself there. I'm not seeing any other ERT cars here this evening, no. So Costello just opting to not be the one who will lead the group around for this second lap. So it's Jordan Ross behind him, and then Madison down, and Richard Hampstead next in the queue here. And well, Thomas Freeman, you mentioning him there, Reese, as he was in that in-lap, they're newly decked out with Fishy Motorsport colours for this final round of the season. He actually is on the board and just in behind Richard Hampstead, splitting the Hampstead-Ellis pairing. That's second, according to the timing screens, separating 7th and 8th, and then only another 400th of a second back to Ellis in 9th at this point in the session.
Indeed. Well, we can see on the timing sheets that Jordan Ross has also been highlighted, being 3rd in the championship at the moment, and the only other driver than Myers and Burke in contention for the championship at this point. Drop rounds have already been applied for the season, and you cannot drop the final round. So that is something for the drivers to think about. As Brady Myers makes his way down there, Rayan Leonage in very close pursuit. Rayan, time good enough for 6th in the first salvo of laps, and he's being very deft and ginger on the shift knob there as everyone slows down to try and get some space between each other for the run to the start-finish line. Race on Oscars looks like making a little bit of a way through, and goodness me, that's a big queue. They're going to try and make their way through to the front. Rayhan wants to stay in touch with Brady Myers, but he's not going to be able to. He has to slot in behind SVG as the second run of laps begins. Nail it out of the final corner, and away we go. He's so smooth on the wheel, is Rayhan, obviously keeping a lot of some real-life kart experience, making his way to the sim. We'll see how he goes on this lap.
Let's watch it down at turn 1 first of all. 6th back to 3rd, and ready to grab 4th straight away. I'm seeing a little bit of green there on the way through the corner, but I think a little slide there has cost him on the way out by a little bit. And oh, he's caught. Now, that's SVG, I think, in behind him. It is. Has Van Gisbergen maybe not stepped out of the way there enough? I'm not sure. There's contact, yeah, between the 79 of Leonage there and Van Gisbergen, who was off to the side, so yeah, boarding a lap, you'd think surely, but SVG moves over and contact into the rear, so that wasn't Leonage losing it. And unfortunately, that's thwarted that run attempt there. And it might have just held up Wayne Burke as well on the exit of turn 3. So we'll see here if these TTR boys can put in something beneficial here with Down leading Myers, leading Hampstead. That's certainly a trio to be reckoned with if they can stick together on track here in qualifying and set up the start of the race quite nicely here.
Absolutely. TTR, of course, a very strong team, and they always work together really well. But of course, they have a tradition of no team orders. That's at least for race conditions. In qualifying, they'll do everything they can to help each other out to get the best result for the team. So Madison Down leads them through here. Down's already set an excellent qualifying lap, and he might not be too fussed if he can't go faster on this run, but he'll be trying to help Brady Myers and Richard Hampstead as much as he can. Myers currently in 4th on the timesheets, Richard Hampstead in 7th. We'll see how much this slipstream assistance is going to help out those two drivers. As out of the final corner they come, and now it's all in the hands of fate and how well you did over the rest of the lap. Across the line they will come, and Brady Myers is going to go 205.688 to 2nd place overall. That is the perfect slipstream assistance there from Madison Down, who remains in 4th.
And Richard Hampstead also getting the benefit of the slipstream, moves inside 3/10 of Van Gisbergen's pole time to P6, and that means he is at this stage going to start on the front row, or front row 3, alongside Wayne Burke. Now, critically, whilst we've been worrying about a couple of things there in qualifying, that was it for all of these drivers, because the session is now inside 2 minutes to go. So the question is, who's got something left in their car they can keep going here? The answer is, I don't think too many in this run, as we see there. Kenneth Ladder's going to move aside and make sure he doesn't interfere there on the way to turn 5. Looks like one of the Allen boys in those cars, they're going to get past him on the way down through turn 5 as we check in with Brenton Hobson. Hobbo is currently sitting on 88, P8. Oh, there you go, it's 8s all round. I really should check that closely. There, for Hobbo, about a 10th behind teammate Adam Briggs, and about half a 10th clear of Luke Mitchinson behind him on the timing charts. Now, let's have a look at sector times. They're looking reasonably competitive, I think, but maybe missing a bit here and there. We'll see what it looks like as we come to the final couple of turns of the lap.
Indeed we will. Well, we're getting some news that not many of the drivers are lighting up the timesheets at the moment, so we'll see what kinds of improvements there are. It won't be an improvement for Rayhan Leonage. He did come to another lap after that unfortunate contact with Van Gisbergen, but he did have a very big slide coming out of Kettle Bottoms. So unfortunate there for the young driver in the 79, but we focus on the 88 as he decides to go for the lane. Looks like everyone is going to go for the lane this time by. Does anyone commit to the end of the lap here? Loxton goes in, Leonage goes in, Burton goes in, Briggs was off the track earlier on in the lap. He's going to come in as well. Only one car going to the start-finish line. It was Kenneth Ladder, and the lap did not count. Very unfortunate there. Either way, that looks like the end of qualifying, and Shane van Gisbergen is your pole sitter for the final round of V8 SCOPS for 2022. And crucially, Myers and Burke have two drivers separating them at the moment, one of them being the teammate to Brady Myers. Let's go through that grid then. SVG and Myers, your front row, Burton and Down, a top four, an absolutely stacked top four there, and including Wayne Burke and Richard Hamstead, an absolutely stacked top six. Starting out of seventh is going to be Adam Briggs. He shares the fourth row of the grid with Brenton Hobson. Good synergy lineup there with Luke Mitchinson and Rayan Leonage starting alongside each other on the end of the top 10. Sean McNamara and Jordan Ross will start 11th and 12th.
13th place for the start of this one is going to be in the hands of Lee Ellis. He's sharing that 7th row with Thomas Hins in the number 52 Jinx Shifters machine. Thomas Freeman, in his first outing for Fishy Motorsport, will start in 15th place, sharing the row with Rainer Costello on his outside. Mark Taliancic will start the final race of his season in 17th. That's a good run from him on qualifying pace. Another veteran of the series sharing that row with him there in Brett Loxton for 18th. Tyler Blackburn going to start in 19th place, sharing row number 10 there with your fastest time from Group 1 in the hands of Kurt Stenberg. And then comes that pack there of drivers, all from Group 1, I should mention, given how close their times were. Blake Warboys and Scott Gamble, 21st and 22nd. Chris Coxhead and Brett Ratu going to share row number 12 there, Reese.
Absolutely. Starting out of 25th place is going to be Damien Johnstone, part of the Synergy Sim Racing squad there. He's going to start alongside Blake Delaney, who won the Split 2 event. That's a good row 13 start there for Blake. Darren Lobb and Kenneth Ladder are going to share the 14th row with James Chastanerth and Justin Wallace, rounding out the top 30 cars here. Logan Barnett and Damien Cairns will be 31st and 32nd. We've got Ben Morris and Michael Whiting 33rd and 34th, with Ben Christensen and Benjamin Smith sharing the 18th row. And then we've got Brody Sentence starting in 37th alongside David Kirby, Andrew Ritchie, Paul Young and Jordan Siberis are your grid for the final round of V8 SCOPS for 2022. A fully stacked, full field of 41 fire-breathing V8 touring cars ready to make their way down towards Turn 1 at Road America. I have been hyped for the final round every season so far, and Dan, the story is no different this year.
It's certainly a good way to sign off the season here with a full field of cars. The 250k race format, the extra strategy from the 2 compulsory stops required here in the single race, and the fact that it all comes down to a 39-lap race there. The pit window opens at the end of lap 2, closes at the end of lap 37 or the start of 38, depending on how you want to word that one there. And, well, a championship to decide probably between 2 drivers, maybe between 3 here. It really depends on how we get this one underway at the very least, I would suggest. Then again, it could be one of those ones here where it comes down to the end. Because if something happens later on in the race, obviously that would be a case for some major fireworks on that championship front as well.
Absolutely. This is the calm before the storm right here. Reminder of that format, 39 laps with 2 compulsory pit stops for at least 2 tyres. Drivers will be taking all 4, we project, though, with the need to take fuel at both stops as well. End of lap 2 is when the pit window opens, and it closes at the end of lap 37. So let's see how the drivers decide to play this. Safety cars are always a threat in this series, And with the amount of cars making their way down to these corners, we'll undoubtedly see a safety car or two in this event. Question is, how will they play it? Will drivers hold out on making their first pit stop, hoping for a safety car? Will they hold out on their second pit stop, hoping for a late safety car? That is the big drama, the big dilemma that these drivers will all face. But it is Shane van Gisbergen on the front row, finally taking his spot here as the timer hits 0 and the revs will begin to rise momentarily. Up they go. An absolute symphony of 8-cylinder engines ready to put power to the ground. The final V8SCOPS event of 2022 is go, and that's a great start from Shane van Gisbergen, also from Jake Burton. Brady Myers is going to lose second place here on the way into turn 1. Madison Down, meanwhile, is trying to keep Wayne Burke behind, but Berkey is going to find some room up the inside and almost make contact with his championship rival as they make their way through turn 1 for the first time. Burke's going to try and keep down behind him and dive up the inside. Myers sees him coming and gives him room. The championship top 2 are side by side on the way out of turn 3. And Brady Myers gets a slightly better exit. He'll have the inside for turn 5. Burke is boxed in. Madison is there, helping out his teammate. This is fantastic. Meanwhile, it's Jake Burton versus Shane van Gisbergen at the front as they come into turn 5.
Well, opening half of the lap almost complete. Getting through the opening 2 corners cleanly, and top half of the field gets through turn 5. Still side by side. Now between Richard Hampstead and Wayne Burke, but Hampstead a little loose on the inside of 6 there. Will have to yield the attack there and tuck back in line. Side by side further on back between Blake Warboys and Taliancic through the hurry downs. The 777 of Taliancic just hanging on. There's a check-up even further on back, I think, with Kurt Stenberg and the qualifying Group 1 drivers. And then almost contact in turn 8 here as well, but we're still going clean for the most part here, apart from a little bit of door banging. But that's what you want to see in these kinds of cars. Drivers willing to lean on each other and able to lean on each other without too much drama. So the kink for the first time become single file for the front of the field, and fairly conservative from the top 2, but everyone else leaning on that outside curb and getting just a bit of the grass here. There's 2 wide between, I think it's Johnston and Loxton. Johnston almost loses the car there. Recently hangs on. He'll lose a bunch of places in the process though.
Yeah, and that's created a little bit of a crush in this little group on the way to Canada Corner. Coxhead manages to go in ahead, but there's contact between Darren Lobb and Damien Johnstone. Johnstone loses a few spots out of that. No one in the gravel in Canada Corner. Excellent to see. And the side-by-side will continue here as they rapidly try and find their own little bit of real estate on the tarmac. To the inside then. Oh, catching the grass on the outside is Logan Barnett, our first driver off the circuit here. He will keep it going though, and manage to get the car back up and running. End of lap 1 complete. Shane van Gisbergen leads by 2.5 tenths of a second over Jake Burton, but Brady Myers has caught up.
Yeah, again, the slipstream for all these drivers means that it's going to be either a really incredibly aggressive drive from the front or preying on some attack and defense from the cars behind that slows them down to allow you to break away here this evening. So this will be the guessing game up front as, again, Hampstead trying to put the pressure on Burke, sends the 89 to the inside. Adam Briggs has arrived on the scene to try and help from behind, though, as they come through turn 5, and Hampstead trying to keep the pressure on, but Burke will clear him on the way up to turn 6. So it is the 28 machine in an SSR sandwich, as Jordan Ross also wants to join the party in behind Brenton Hobson, but Rehan Leonage is going to potentially play spoiler there for at least another corner as we look further on back into these cars fighting in the mid-pack. Stenberg, Gamble, Loxton there, all working their way through racing pace and fighting in around that 16th, 17th marker that they started this race in. Actually, might be further on back there.
Indeed. Well, SVG still leads the way down towards the kink. Uses, oh God, he was so close to getting the grass there through the kink, wasn't he? It doesn't seem to have hurt him all that much as they're side by side into the kink. This could get Larry here further back in the field. That was the car of Thomas Freeman there, and we're on board with Rainer Costello here. You'll see Michael Taliancic rapidly arrive on the scene on the left side. he saw that gap open and decided, hey, I'm going to take it. Pursuit Sim Racing, another one of the teams that has had great success this year, and Taliancic being the leader of that team wants the best result possible. He's going to try and keep Costello behind into the final corner, but Rayner has the inside line. Contact in the middle of the corner, they bang wheels, and Taliancic is sent off the circuit there. Everyone around him having to take avoiding action. Bradley Ratu is through, Kurt Stenberg is through, Scott Gamble is through, and Chris Coxhead makes his way past. Tally immediately on the blower to race control for that one. Meanwhile, side by side here, it's Blake Warboys now, trying to make his way past Rayner Costello. Oh, not much space being given, but just enough on the exit there, and trying to make it 3 wide almost was Kurt Stenberg there behind Bradley Ratu, who just filters back into line.
Is where the action is, it seems, at this stage in the race, because up front it is still the single file train that we've seen so far, but looks like it's Wayne Burke's turn to try and pressure on Madison down, but Hamster going to try and get right up to the bumper of his teammate there and force the issue at turn 6, but the drive off of turn 5 once again with Burke. He looks to the inside of Madison down for 6. No, he's not quite there. Again, drivers looking, probing, testing the defences of the driver ahead. Adam Briggs tried to get something on there with Hampstead through turn 6 in the process as well, but no dice so far as they come down to turn 8. There is nothing in it there. Any little slip up will cause some serious problems in that lead group, as we see Thomas Hins up the inside is going to make that a pass, I believe, there on Freeman, or at least that was the plan, because Freeman sticks it around the outside of 8 and therefore the inside of the carousel, and I believe I'm hearing a redress order for Rayner Costello to drop back behind Michael Taliancic for that contact there through the final corner at the end of lap 2.
Here's Blake Warboys on the inside of Thomas Hins through the kink, and Hinsey has been absolutely monstering this so far. He hasn't had a very good first couple of laps. He's 3 spots down from where he started, and he's trying to get those positions back, but Blake Warboys will protect it on the way into Canada corner. Side by side, 2 by 2 behind. Gamble versus Taliancic, Costello versus Blackburn. That looks like Costello has given the place back to Tally, but again, Michael Taliancic is sent off the circuit and spins across, and that is going to send the race on Oscar back onto the circuit not very well, and then Darren Lobb arrives on the scene and turns him around. That creates a bit of a crush. We have multiple cars involved in this incident. Oh, it's just continuing. Oh no, plenty of cars with heavy damage as a result of that. Justin Wallace involved, stopped on the grass as Blake Delaney, the split 2 winner. Tyler Blackburn is going to make his way into the pits with a bit of extra contact there, and Paul Young also involved in car 3. What a mess that was.
Yeah, well, we're being told we'll stay live with the pictures here from the front of the field. If things die down, we may need to just process that and try and give our thoughts on it later. Race by ourselves as Briggs to the outside of Hampstead, to the outside of Burke. Oh, both the 28 and the 72 go very deep on the brakes. Brenton Hobson appears and takes P6 away from the pair of them. And the legend lives on, even if it is only lap 4 of this race.
Indeed, Brendan Hobson in 6th place. If you've been around Scops for a while, you know what that means. Either way, this is going to be a fun one here as Burke dives up the inside of Madison Down, trying to make an impression here on Brady Myers, but Down will hold it steadfast around the inside of the carousel. Burke tries a bit more momentum here. They are just centimetres away from making contact, even a matter of millimetres. Goodness gracious, what a race this is at the front. That's a poor exit for Burke. Hobson will not go for the move though. He knows that he needs to keep Hampstead behind.
And that was some good driving. I mean, that was obviously a lot of trust and faith that no one's internet connection played up there to the inside of Van Gisbergen and Burton.
Oh no!
The corner.
Oh no!
The race.
No!
Massive send. Adam Briggs takes his teammate Brenton Hobson out of position, as it's going to be Brady Myers to the lead of the race after the fight there with Van Gisbergen and Burton. And then Down's been pushed off by Burke. Pushed off by Van Gisbergen at turn 12. All of a sudden, from lap 4, Reese has come absolutely ablaze. And I have to say, not in a good way.
That's gone off like a nuclear bomb right there. Jake Burton rejoins the circuit. And that was majorly controversial, but did you see how close Adam Briggs was to wiping out Wayne Burke there? Here is our first virtual racing school replay of the race. We'll focus on that number 72 coming through the kink. So Van Gisbergen leads the way into the kink, and we see that little bit of compromise there. Briggsy then in the slipstream with the cars ahead, a little bit off in terms of straight line pace, and then Briggs straight to the inside, decides, okay, I'm going to have a go at this, but catches the grass. Burton goes for the lead on Van Gisbergen, so close to wiping out Wayne Burke, as I mentioned. And then Burke and Myers, look at that from Brady Myers. That was massively great heads-up driving, but then it all went wrong here between Van Gisbergen and Burton.
Yeah, getting in front to rear. And look, I've just been paranoid because I've been watching the live pictures through turns 1 and 2. We nearly had Hampstead, I think it was Down and Burke coming together. Somehow it didn't come together and they've kept racing. But what it has done is Myers is now has opened a 1 second gap on Van Gisbergen, who has 9/10 Down in third. So it is getting very crazy out here. It's now promoted Jordan Ross up into position number 7. Sean McNamara up into 6th. So both those drivers actually making up 5 places in this race so far to join the lead group pack. And then in behind them, you've got Rehan Leonage, Lee Ellis, and Brenton Hobson all still in the train. In fact, realistically, the train goes all the way back from here, more or less unbroken, to, I'd say, P23. Darren Lobb at 23rd be the last car in that train there or thereabouts.
Well, typical SCOPS, right? The cars end up forming this massive freight train on the way through, and I'm seeing there's a little bit of damage to the right-hand side of Wayne Burke's car there, so hopefully that's not going to be too compromising for him. Back into 5th place where he started. Still got Madison Down, Richard Hampstead, and Shane Van Gisbergen in between himself and Brady Myers, who leads by a second over SVG, setting the quickest time of the field thereby.
One moment for Ken Latta further back in the field. Very similar to Logan Barnett's moment, but less severe. Unfortunately, that sends him down to 33rd. As there's a bit of passing happening in the mid-pack. I'm seeing Johnson, Talianci just scrapping at turn 1 as they come down to turn 3, and that is Johnson getting through. Johnson will be taking the place of apologies there. It opens the door for Ben Morris potentially here on the way to turn 5 as Taliancis tries to put himself in somewhat of a position to get some draft off of Johnson. Now the 033 will cover the inside, but Morris wants it. But there's nowhere to go there, Ben. You're going to have to jump back on the brakes and cover the spot for Taliancis, but then wide at the apex. That's Morris's car that will go around. Taliancis will carry on there, but that's going to put a car parked on the apex. Everyone has to be careful to avoid, and thankfully carries on there, having gotten to the insiders. Let's see the last couple of cars there passing by. Sybaris and Barnett will go back to the front group here on board with Sean McNamara. Apart from Van Gisbergen, this is the first of our non-SSR or TTR cars here. The 9.5 Sim Sport machine here running in P7 recent on the tail of Ross in the 3rd place driving the championship here. As while all of that was happening, Race Control have certainly been busy. Drive-through penalty issued to the 99 of Darren Lobb for the contact at the end of lap 3, which he wasn't so much the instigator, but ended up being a case of where he made a decent contact there with the analytical race last car. I believe it was Tyler Blackburn. Actually, it was 947 Blackburn, yes, unfortunately. It was almost the end of that incident, and then it kind of became the start of something a whole lot worse.
Yeah, it did, and you could argue that Lobb could have afforded to take a bit more avoiding action or get on the brakes, and that's the logic that I think Race Control would have used. Meanwhile, Kurt Stenberg back in the field here is trying to fight with Thomas Hins over position 19. They got Jake Burton just up ahead of them, who has rejoined the racetrack and is back up to racing speed. There goes Stenny past Hinsey with a little bit of contact in the exit of turn 1. Hinsey showing his displeasure with that. With a little flash of the headlights. That's let Chris Cox head up the inside, and it's going to be 2 positions lost for Hinsey in 2 proper corners, we should say. Now it's a case for Stenny of keeping these drivers behind him. Kurt Stenberg, of course, the quickest driver in the first group of qualifying, is now up one place from where he started, but we'll see what Chris Coxhead does about that. He had a little look to the inside. That's probably half a defence versus Thomas Higgins.
Just enough of a cover there on the way down to turn 5. That the spot is still his by turn 6. You can see here, also looking to apply the pressure to the 47 Stenberg and get himself up into 19th place here as we head down to turn 8. Shows the nose. It's going to be just showing the nose. Won't move. We'll commit to doing on the side under brakes there. At that point there, check back in with them later because again, the lead car fight has now splintered. As we see here, Brendan Hobson leading the train from 9th on back. Adam Briggs are looking quite racy there in the 72 SSR Mustang. His target, his position that he wants to take is off of Brialis here in 10th place if he can get it, but no, will stay in line this time down into Canada corner at least. As they look at Loxton, Freeman, Boys, Mitchinson, Wall Boys in the train there. So they're being 9th back through to 14th place on the road here, all pretty much nose to tail.
Well, we look at them coming out of the final corner then. Hobson leads the train and actually made his way past Ellis coming out of the corner after the Corvette Bridge in a little bit of a hefty scrap. Bit of movement behind there. That's Thomas Freeman going defensive versus Blake Warboys and protecting that 13th spot from him, at least for the time being. Has to go defensive again into turn 3. And they work themselves out. A look up the inside, meanwhile, for the Jinx Shifters Commodore Brett Loxton. Adam Briggs manages to hold him off very nicely. And all of that scrapping has allowed Brenton Hobson and Lee Ellis to break away from the front of this pack and try and make some inroads on 8th position forward. But there's a hefty gap between them and the battle between Rayan Leonage and Sean McNamara over 7th spot.
Just battle packs everywhere. I'm looking to see there Thomas Freeman and Blake Warboys going back and forth over his 13th place on the road. I'm seeing a couple of drivers getting past further on back down the order. But look at this here, side by side between Coxhead and Stenberg. Gins still lined up looking for an opportunity here. With the 47 going up the inside. There's always contact further up the road between Loxton and Warboys in the carousel, but they've resolved that for now, with Warboys still ahead, but that opens the door to Rainer Costello, who gets the best run through here, and Jake Burton to the inside and Mitchinson through the kink. No choice but for the 947 to yield that one there. West here suffer an absolute shocker of a run, and here comes Costello to the inside for Canada corner on the 209 machine. And yeah, he's there, but Loxton wants to hang on to the spot. Bit of a hit check on the way through, puts the 209 in the gravel. Oh, there has been contact between Coxhead and Stenberg. Both cars also off in the gravel down at Canada corner there.
That's a shame. Brett Loxton immediately on the blower to race control for that one, and we'll see what happened here between Coxhead and Stenberg. So they make their way out of the kink reasonably well, but we see that Coxhead, coming down to the braking zone for Canada corner, was not quite alongside Stenberg at the turn-in point. So Stenny turns across him and gets whacked around. Manages to get back going right away, and Coxhead slows down a bit to make sure the position is redressed. He's immediately into the pit lane, and it looks like Brett Loxton is in there as well. Hasn't been a good race here for the Jinx Shifters duo, and to top it all off, Chris Coxhead just overshot his pit box. So a bad evening gets worse. Also in the pit lane is Blake Delaney as we check out the battle for second. Van Gisbergen feeling the pressure here from Madison Down, as he has for the last few laps.
Down has been closing up ever so gradually, and now pretty much sticks the nose of the number 1 into the back end of the 97 there to try and maybe perhaps see what's time to get the hurry up going here, with Myers still leading this race, having gotten his nose through cleanly earlier on there with the lap 3, lap 4 chaos that erupted here at the front of the field. But through the carousel there, Down drops back about a car length or so off of Van Gisbergen, and then we'll see here how much he can close back up with the slipstream to Canada Corner. As they fall through the kink, both drivers pushing the limits, but just inside them still, despite a tinted grass there on the way through the turn. But down, maybe closed up by half a length there. Not close enough, though, to affect a move, as the move is on between Adam Briggs and Lee Ellis, and Thomas Freeman too wants in, but Ellis going to get back deep under brakes here at Canada to try and pressure Briggs, but no, job done. Place taken at the apex of turn 12 there, and able to slide across and cover the racing line here to enter Bill Mitchell Bend. Ellis, though, still wants to make a hassle of it, and will... Oh, geez. Briggs covering the inside there to try and make sure there was no way through, but all that does is just bottleneck this entire pack, which now is Briggs, Ellis, Freeman, Warboys, and Burton here, all running from P10 on back to 14. Here is Ellis looking to the inside. Just got a car's width here, Reese. He's going to have to be given the space. Freeman wants in two. 2 by 2 into turn 1, +1 at the back for good measure. And it will be Ellis ahead. And he just walks the car across in front of Briggs. Somehow everyone stays on the road. There's just 3 wide as Burton wants on by. Up the inside of Freeman and Warboys for turn 3 as well.
Ellis is going to get the better exit there out of turn 3, slightly wider line out, and he'll protect the inside, I would presume, on the way down to turn 5. But Briggs getting a little bit of side draft here and is actually getting a good run. Burton is getting pushed by Warboys there behind them, and Briggs a bit later on the brakes into turn 5. Ellis is going to try and continue to fight him. It's been very frustrating here for Ellis, getting stuck behind Briggs over the last half a lap. And Briggsy is going to remain ahead of him for the time being. Virtual Racing School replay very quickly while this action continues. This is change for second place. Madison Down and Shane Van Gisbergen. Looks like SVG was a little bit wide through the first turn. And Down, well, he doesn't make the move at turn 3, but SVG again overshoots the corner a little bit and compromises his exit. That's going to allow Down a very easy slipstream by on the way into turn 5.
Yeah, that is indeed small and a rare error there, and no contest at this stage. He's went in for the long haul here tonight, it seems. But oh, never mind that actually. As we come straight back to the live pictures to find side by side a bit of bodywork damage now on the left side of the number 1 machine there, and oh boy, Gisbergen back on the gearbox of the number 1. So from what looks like willing to play it safe and smart at turn 5 is re-erupted whilst we've been on the replay. And it's still on in that group for 10th on back, with Briggs is still leading a train here with Ellis and Burton now the next 2 in line. As up the inside at turn 1, Van Gisbergen wants P2 straight back, but a little nudge from Down trying to cross underneath there for turn 3. It's not going to play. Here's Freeman and Costello come into the pits from that 10th on back battle pack in the meantime.
Yeah, it looks like Scott Gamble, Thomas Hins, Brad Ratu and Damien Johnstone have come in as well. And I can tell you that the reason we came back from the replay to that was that SVG dived up the inside of Down at Canada Corner, and Down tried to do the cross back, but SVG came back onto the circuit and made side-by-side contact with him. In fact, it's almost exactly what is happening here. Down trying his best to make his way back past Shane Van Gisbergen here under the Corvette bridge, and he's through. And look at who this has brought back into contention: Richard Hampstead and Wayne Burke. Now, the question for Burke is, he's got all this fighting going on up ahead of him, and it's slowing this whole pack up. It's compressing him into the back of that
safety car deployed.
The safety car has been deployed. It looks like Michael Whiting might have brought that out potentially. I'm not too sure. Something has gone very wrong.
It's the 209 of Brett Loxton. His engine blew under brakes into Canada Corner.
Oh, yeah. My apologies. I just saw Michael Whiting on the InSim voice chat before that call, so I made a presumption there that turned out to be wrong. Here's what happened to Loxton then. Through the kink, and already carrying some hefty damage from previous incidents in the slipstream behind the number 13 machine. And down towards Canada Corner on the downshift, and pop! There goes the engine. And Loxton has no choice but to pull over to the side of the circuit and request a tow, because there's no way that he'd be able to make it back to the pits with no power going to the rear wheels.
Indeed, you could kind of coast it to the final corner, but you've got a small issue, funnily enough, from the run up the hill to the pit entry. So indeed, all of your leaders dive straight on into the pit lane. And starting, of course, with your leader so far, Brady Myers. Under that period of caution, actually, no, pardon me, Myers has had that gap up ahead, about a second clear at safety car speeds, or pit lane speeds, I should say here, from the rest of this group here of Down, Van Gisbergen, Hampstead, Burke, and at the back of it there also, I believe I saw Jordan Ross too. So up on the jacks they will go for the first of their 2 compulsory stops that we will see from them all here today. So it should be Myers in the 22 to win the race off a pit lane there from just in behind the 97 of Van Gisbergen. But looks like everyone, of course, filling these cars up as far as they will go. And indeed, Myers is down in the way. But look who's gone for the undercut. Jordan Ross is going to get out second, and Down will hang on to third ahead of Van Gisbergen and Burke. Hampstead, McNamara, Leonage, Hobson, Burton, your top... Luke Mitchinson, your top 10 there. Jake Burton's going to slot in further on back. No, apologies. No, sorry. Again, some of the drivers pitting 1 lap early. Thomas Freeman puts his way up into position number 10 there, coming in just 1 lap before the safety cars work quite nicely for the 118, and closely followed by the 56 of Reina Costello.
Indeed. Well then, that's created quite the shake-up, hasn't it? Jordan Ross with a pit stop 3 seconds faster than Brady Myers, 2 seconds faster than Shane Van Gisbergen and Madison Down. So I get the feeling that Ross has short-filled that car. He's trying to get this undercut here under safety car, get the track position, but his second and final pit stop will be longer as a result of that.
Yeah, that is the price that you have to pay. And there's a couple of drivers here requesting review of some positioning of cars. As we're going to switch the interval gap times to your pit stationary times here. And indeed, you see that 3 seconds that Jordan Ross will owe the rest of this front-running group here at the next stop. Also see Shane Van Gisbergen similarly about 2.5 seconds shorter on fuel compared to everyone around him at this point in the queue. Similarly to Thomas Freeman opting to go short by quite some margin, pitting 1 lap early as well to boot, but even so, that will be quite a bit of time spent in the pits elsewhere in this race for the 118 to own that fuel there. As we're just hearing, a couple of instructions there. Scott Gamble has been asked to move in behind. I think it was Adam Briggs. I heard 2, so 72 there. Now we'll see 15th and 16th change places here under safety car. Indeed, there we go. Order reset for those 2 there.
I should also say that Shane Van Gisbergen asked race control to review Madison Down's pit exit because SVG believed that Down had crossed the pit exit line. But I've just reviewed it for myself, and I can say that Madison Down did not cross the pit exit line. So I think that might have just been an error of perspective because Van Gisbergen...
It's all about who's ahead, actually. Simply a question of who was ahead
I see.
At the pit exit. So...
Yeah, right. I misinterpreted the wording there. My apologies. So we'll have to wait for that.
So we'll see. Because we've had that one order there to switch positions under the train. So we'll wait to see.
SVG in the last pit box was ahead at the pit limiter line, right? The line where you take the limiter off. But Down past him as they re-entered the racetrack because Van Gisbergen had to make a more acute turn to make his way out of the pit lane. So, yeah, I do think race control will be reviewing that potentially.
See there, I'm actually just reading the rules and regs again, just to quickly see if I can find confirmation of whether it's the green cone denoted by the green cone for the exit at the point where you take off the pit speed limiter, or it's the blue cone at which point you're allowed to merge back across towards the racing line. The answer is, I'm not seeing, unless I'm looking at the wrong section here. I'm not quite seeing anything explicitly defined as which cone it is to be referred to here, as to which one we should be going off of.
Yeah, well, that might be up for a bit of interpretation there, but yeah, I can confirm that Shane van Gisbergen was ahead of Madison Down at those green cones that you see in the background there. And as they made their way towards the blue cone there in the background that denotes the point at which you can re-enter the racetrack, Madison Down had passed Shane van Gisbergen. Pit exit has been reopened as the field has made their way past, and we wait to see when this event will get back started and whether or not race control will decide to swap Shane van Gisbergen and Madison Down.
So the relevant rule...
Car 11 should... Yeah,
97.
Car 97 should be in front of Car 1. There we go. The change for position is made, and SVG moves back into third place. And as of now, all cars are in the correct order according to race control, so we should be going green very shortly.
Yeah, because I just found the particular regulation. It's not as clear cut, so it took me a moment to find it. But the particular instruction is that it's all about whoever's in front when both cars are on the limiter gets the right of position inside the pit lane, and the car not in front must therefore file in behind. And that therefore clearly has been extended to the pit exit. It is, of course, I guess sort of a reality of racing online that we don't have full contact inside the pit lane. But I guess at the same time, it's one of those things where, like, it'd kind of be nice if we could get it, but at the same time, we've also got tracks here where we don't have enough pit stalls for everyone to fit into the pits at the same time. So we have to have some virtual workarounds here, and so therefore, indeed, simply just going off of who was ahead before we reached the end of the pit lane. And as you said there, Reese, it was the 97 Van Gisbergen who got that one there. So up to P3 again. It now means that Brady Myers has a little bit less support nearby, and crucially has a SSR driver, directly behind him in Jordan Ross, although Ross in championship contention as per the gold highlighting on the timing tower, but going to have to take a bit of a miracle / disaster for the other two contenders to be in with a proper shot at this one. Whilst I've been nattering on about pit lane regulations here in V8SCOPS, we got confirmation, Reese, the safety car will indeed be in at the end of this lap.
Indeed, so round about this point, the safety car is going to pull away from the field. There he goes. And now maintaining safety car pace of 80 kilometers an hour should be Brady Myers. He's about 5 Ks over at the moment. That's
in the delta.
Yep, top two are starting to pull away a little bit. Nick Parker making his way through Canada Corner in the Porsche Cayman 718, and he'll make his way back into the pit lane. As soon as that has happened, then the field will fall under the control of Brady Myers. It's interesting to see that Jordan Ross is giving Brady Myers a little bit of a hurry up here. Meanwhile, Shane van Gisbergen is following the rules to the letter and staying at about 80 Ks an hour. Does make up a little bit of time on them on the exit there, so it looks like the field is going to form up properly here behind Brady Myers. Now, the safety car will be in pit lane momentarily, and we can get back to racing. Myers is the championship leader, and he is going to lead the race when we go back to green flag conditions. But Jordan Ross on a slightly lighter fuel load might pressure him here, trying to help out his teammate Wayne Burke. We are back to racing. It was a good start for the top two, but Shane van Gisbergen not as quick off the mark. Madison Down is going to draw alongside him here as they make their way across the start-finish line. And they got Wayne Burke and Richard Hampstead for very close company here. 2x2 on the way into turn one. How brave will SVG be? He's going to try and pressure it here. Down goes wide. They make a bit of contact. Wayne Burke goes through. It is 3 wide. Wayne Burke is in a TTR sandwich right now. Goes defensive and manages to get ahead. SVG losing what looks like 6 positions or thereabouts from that little coming together.
Yeah, that was a big dive under brakes for the 97 there, and as a result runs wide across the nose of Down on the outside there, and that causes that whole kerfuffle now. So Hampstead wants to cover off Burke, but that's not going to happen here at turn 5 this time. Down wanted to get on through. That wasn't going to work either, so the TTR boys got to sort this out so they can get on by together. At the same time, you've got the 951 of McNamara. You've got Rehan Leonage in the 79 Phoenix Racing Team car. Drivers who are out here for individual efforts and not really thinking about the championship here, of course. So it's a whole lot of, potential drama that could be brewing there at the back half of the top 10 because, as I said, you've got the two teams here. They've got their drivers for the most part up front, but then we've got the individuals and the smaller teams here. They're maybe not thinking about the championship, but I guess it's now a question of where are your friends elsewhere in this field who might not necessarily be in your team colours.
Yeah, exactly. We'll have to wait and see how things play out, but Synergy has played this restart pretty well so far. Wayne Burke still having to defend massively there from Richard Hampstead, stays middle of the road into Canada corner to keep the TTR pair behind. And of course, they got Sean McNamara with them as well, trying to make himself a factor in this fight. Meanwhile, for second, Jordan Ross is continuing to stay within range of Brady Myers and put some pressure on him. So this still plenty of ways this race could turn out from here. We're not even halfway through yet. And Wayne Burke is under massive pressure here from Richard Hampstead, who's going to have to go to the outside line coming into the first turn. He was ahead when they got to the braking zone, but Burke, a little braver on the brakes, gets ahead and parks it at the apex, ahead of the champion of our inaugural test season in 2014. Richard Hampstead will stay ahead into turn 3.
Yeah, well, I mean, you could almost argue as well it was Hampstead trying to brake a little early and cross underneath the rear of Burke's car, but in the end choosing to Burke doing a good job, as you said, to pull it up right on the limiter there into turn 1 as Hampstead looking to the inside again, this time at turn 5. Burke has to respect the space taken to the inside, but good drive off the exit again for the 89 machine. We'll see him ahead again into turn 6. There's a sort of big wobble for Van Gisbergen, who's trying to cut back through the field. Has picked up a spot on Luke Mitchinson since he dropped down there at turn 1. And in fact, look at that there. Either the contact and rubbing with down, but that doesn't quite check out. So some kind of contact here whilst trying to make his way back through has stripped the bonnet off the 97 machine, as we also check in here to see another driver looking to recover after early contact. Jake Burton up there into 12th place.
Indeed, managed to gain back a few spots under the pit cycle under safety car as well. So now our top two have a gap of about 3.5 to 4 seconds over the rest of our field, and there's not much pressure from Richard Hampstead this time on Wayne Burke, who continues to hold that third spot. And I mean, I'm ashamed that it's taken me this long to notice this, but in the pit cycle and the restart, it means that our top 3 in the championship are the top 3 in the race, though not necessarily in that order, Ross being ahead of Burke at the present time. But have a look at this freight train once again on the way down the front straight here. A couple of stricken cars in the pits that won't be seeing further action today. Burke goes defensive versus Hampstead. Hammer has to turn to the outside again, coming into the first corner here. And he's trying his best to hold the outside line, but Berkey is going to have to park it there in front of the number 28 Mustang.
Trying the crisscross at turn 1 hasn't worked once. Trying to stick it around the outside hasn't quite worked for Hampstead so far in this arsenal. He is close. The question is, can he get close enough to lunge up the inside here at turn 5? Again, he looks to the inside, but Burke covers nice and late following the curve of the road. So Hampstead's option is the outside. Can he pinch the number 89 machine, to the inside? No, he can't. And again, Burke getting drive off the turn, although so close here through turn 6. Little rubs and nudges there in the process, but no one unsettled at this point in the race, at least. As they head down to turn number 8 once more. And you can see here a small gap opening up between Burke and Hampstead for the moment, but then we'll bring it around the carousel and pick up the slipstream again down through the King to Canada corner. We should see that 28 machine range right back up to the rear here of the 89.
out of the carousel towards the kink. And hearing a redress order, Blake Warboys versus Scott Gamble. They've been instructed to change position, it seems. Here comes Hampstead. Oh, goodness. Thought about going to the outside, coming into Canada corner, trying the over-under, but Berkey parks it on the apex once again. This is very tight racing. It's heart and mouth stuff as they make their way through. Bill Mitchell then towards the final corner, and our top two only making a brief appearance in the foreground there. They are so far ahead of everyone else now. Wayne Burke is 5 seconds behind Brady Myers now. Jordan Ross is still trying to keep Myers honest, and talking about keeping honest, have a look at that two-pronged attack from the TTR guys from Wayne Burke. Madison down, it's going to go to the inside. They're going to be 3 wide here, and Burke makes contact there. Oh, goodness, and sends the 951 of Sean McNamara straight off into the gravel trap. Wayne Burke loses 2 spots there to the TTR pair, and Shane Van Gisbergen is back on the scene.
McNamara, unfortunately, you can see his car well out in the marbles. Thankfully, it hasn't gotten stuck in the tyre bundle, so he'll be able to carry on in a fashion, but, well, I expect to see in a moment the 951 might get a mechanical black flag, but not yet. Another guy who has picked up a mechanical black flag of recent, Damien Cairns, we also just heard on the radio a moment ago. He's already back in the pit lane. In fact, he actually was parked on pit entry and thereabouts. Yeah, it seems by the race control team in and amongst all of this here out on the circuit. So it's been a crazy one there for a moment, but it does put TTR 1, 3, and 4. And that now really looks like odds are stacked against Wayne Burke, because not only does he have 2 rival cars to get through, you then got all of the time you've somehow got to figure out as, oh, hang on, a moment there for a couple of the cars blinking out of the server. That could easily have been disastrous. Looks like things have stabilised fairly quickly there.
Yeah, looks like it as they make their way out of the kink once again. And, well, a little bit more of a gap this time around. We'll see what SVG can do to try and get past Burke here. Might be a bit aerodynamically compromised, missing the bonnet of that machine. And if we can, I'd like to have another look at that incident that put Sean McNamara off the circuit, because there might be a few question marks over how race control is going to approach that. The cars were 3 wide on the way in, and Burke was moving across to the left to take the racing line, but unfortunately, Blake Warboys on the blower to race control for an incident, it seems. Having a bit of a problem there. But yeah, Burke was moving to the left to take the racing line, and then Sean McNamara came steaming in on the racing line. So what kind of decision would race control be able to make, if any, from this here incident?
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one to see, because, yeah, McNamara just taking advantage of the slipstream and then goes for the available space, which is on the left side of the circuit. You see here, Burke's focus for a moment there is on defending, and I think that doesn't look good for Wayne Burke, is the long and short of it from that particular angle, because McNamara should be, I'd argue, well and truly alongside, and this is someone who's as good as Wayne Burke at this level of racing should be aware, or has someone helping him out saying that there's a car on your left there by that point in time, and he's moved over too much from that particular angle at least. So that could be an interesting one there in terms of how race control sort that one out. But we'll have to wait and see, as with many other things here.
Yeah, it's I wouldn't want to be in race control at this point, because they'll be tearing what's left of their hair out as a result of that. You got to obviously respect the rules and issue penalties by the book, but at the same time, Wayne Burke is Brady Myers' closest championship rival, and if he gets a penalty from that, that will be the true end of the championship run, unless Myers retires in the next 6 or 7 laps. So, yeah, bit of an interesting situation here in the final round of V8SCOPS for 2022. Meanwhile, they continue racing, and Wayne Burke exits the final corner very nicely behind Richard Hampstead. Will get the slipstream on the way into turn 1, but he'll find it very difficult to get past. Richard Hampstead is known for being a very staunch defender.
This is the time and the place for everyone who's one of the best when it comes to defending, to make yourself known and stand on up as we see these guys continue to work away here. TTR 3-4, SSR now 5 and 6 in this little train here. I'm just also noticing the gap there between our top two has come down about 2 or 3 tenths since I last checked, when it was around the 8/10th marker. So indeed, so Jordan Ross just working back to the rear of Brady Myers to try and get the pressure back on your net race leader at this point in time. As further on back, it was a big dive from Rainer Costello into turn 5, but not able to make the move on Thomas Freeman's. They will stay 10th and 11th for the time being, with drivers like Mitchelson there directly behind Adam Briggs, who would certainly like to get back into the action further ahead. And just ahead of these two is the continually warring pair of Shane Van Gisbergen and Jake Burton for position number 8 as well.
Oh, a little wiggle from SVG on the way into the carousel, and Burton and Van Gisbergen, no strangers to each other, not just in this race, but also in sim racing in general. They have been very close to each other whenever they've been out on track together. So we'll see how this goes for them. SVG now carrying that little bit of damage, but Burton not able to get the run in the slipstream. He is going to close up under brakes, though, with the rear end getting a little squirrely there into Canada corner. But SVG right on the power and extends the gap again. Briefly look further up and then back, as trying to have a look up the inside there was Thomas Freeman. Not able to get a move done on Burton, though. A former V8SCOPS race winner himself in the number 8, but Freeman is right on it here. He'll be dragging Rainer Costello along as well. Burton then in the slipstream of Van Gisbergen. There is a bit of a straight line speed advantage, but looks like Jake just rolled out of the throttle a little before the braking zone. Doesn't want to try any big dives there.
We've also just seen there's an updated message from race control. Going to be no further action for the unfortunate incident that has taken Sean McNamara out of this one here. The racing incident between McNamara and Wayne Burke there. So no more issues for Berkey in terms of the championship situation when it comes to potential penalties, but going to have to find a bit of magic to sort things out as Costello tries the outside for turn 5. He's still got a bit of overlap on the way to turn 6, but inside line, and Freeman will indeed cover it off and take the lead. The two of those cars clearly by the time they head to the hurry downs. This group of cars continuing to work here. Single file from Van Gisbergen in 8th, all the way back to about Lee Ellis there, if not further on back. Again, these cars at most, the biggest margin on the interval gap is have to go all the way back from Van Gisbergen all the way back to Ben Morrison 20th, where it's a 2-second gap to him from 19th place.
Yeah, pretty much every car in the race at the moment is involved in a battle. The only cars that you'd say are solitary at this stage are David Kirby, Andrew Ritchie, Sean McNamara, Jordan Siveris, and Michael Whiting, along with Paul Young, who is a lap down after getting heavy damage in that race opening incident at the final corner. Well, Brady Myers continues to lead by half a second over Jordan Ross, and that gap is staying pretty consistent. But they're not worrying too much about each other at the moment, it seems. The real racing is starting to eventuate a bit further back than that. There's still that 5-car train for third on the road down Hampstead. And oh, hello, here's Shane Van Gisbergen defending from Jake Burton. And that position will be kept. Thomas Freeman half thinks about sending one up the inside of Burton, but it doesn't work out for him as Adam Briggs comes steaming in on the inside of Rainer Costello to try and take 12th place from him. Now, Back to Burke and Van Gisbergen briefly, as they're side by side here for 12th. What does Burton do from here? Oh, well. It'll depend on what Shane Van Gisbergen does, it seems, because that was a bit of an error, and looks like Thomas Freeman has managed to take great advantage of all of that and work his way past. Now SVG and Burton have Mitchinson and Costello for company. They'll make their way past. SVG compromised on the inside. This is probably going to allow Briggs through as well. That's created a bit of a crush here as we have Lee Ellis and Kurt Stenberg there behind their former teammate. Oh,
I don't like what I'm seeing here. And yeah, there we go.
Oh, no.
And there we go. I'm sorry, that does not belong in this server. And frankly, it's very disappointing to see intentional checking all the way there, I'd argue, from turn 6 to turn 8, resulting in 2 drivers both off the track, and they need to now rejoin and not screw up anyone else's race, as Burton now intentionally takes out things.
Oh, dear. Well, that puts a bit of a dampener on things, doesn't it? Big shame. Either way, the race will continue for the time being, and that has promoted Freeman, Mitchinson, Costello, Briggs, Ellis, Pins and Stenberg up into the top 15, along with Scott Gamble there as well. We'll wait to see if there's any action from race control over all of this as into the pit lane comes Scott Gamble and Michael Taliancic as well. Looks like that will be scheduled stops for the both of them. And the fight continues for third place on the road. Madison Down, Richard Hampstead, they are closing up, and Wayne Burke is starting to drop off the back of them, Dan.
Yeah, he is. And, well, not great for his circumstances right now, but it may be just the fact that they've been fighting, obviously, hard to work with these guys here. And at the moment, doesn't quite have support. Brendan Hobson's about a second on back to be out of position as after the scrapping last time around, which saw Thomas Freeman take big advantage. It's going to be Mitchinson up the inside, turn 6, to take the place there, which is now P8. These guys
Safety
racing
car.
as a safety car has been called.
Sean McNamara, he's had another off. The car is destroyed.
Oh dear.
And that's at the carousel, it looks like. He's been stopped for some time. We'll see what happened to him on the Virtual Racing School replay. Oh, and you know what? This is, he's been caught up in the palaver between Shane Van Gisbergen and Jake Burton. Watch this, as McNamara comes into the carousel. Van Gisbergen is stopped on the inside of the carousel and then reverses back onto the racetrack just as McNamara comes through.
And so Van Gisbergen there, who had been turned by Burton off screen. Then unfortunately, a bit of a sloppy execution there from the driver of the 97. That though will trigger the flurry of pit stops number 2 here at the front of the field. And Myers and Ross down onto the lane, followed of course by everyone else to get this second and final service done. So this is the reset that Wayne Burke needed, but he'll have 3 TTR cars ahead to fight, and well, has SSR teammates behind him. Jordan Ross in second there to contest with, but well, it's going to be an uphill battle from here, I would suggest.
That it would. Well, this will be the second mandatory pit stop completed for all of these drivers on screen. Myers is away and does very well indeed. 10.9 second stop. Wayne Burke, meanwhile, level with Jordan Ross, who lets his teammate go a bit early there. And Burke will still be behind Richard Hampstead, but it looks like there's been a bit of trouble for Madison Down there. He had a bit of a longer stop and a longer transit through the lane as well. He is now a few positions behind Hampstead and Burke.
See here, everyone has taken their service. There is, yeah, no surprises here with 17 laps to go. Everyone has dived onto the lane to make sure they're clearing that one there. Just a little mid-pack confirmation there, just trying to sort out some drivers in their order. Otherwise, all fairly neat and tidy here, I would suggest, as there we go. I have missed it here, but now I'll come back to it. The short fill from Jordan Ross has come back to bite him, as Richard Hampstead and Wayne Burke both get through on the 143 there on pit exit.
Yeah, exactly. So it's Myers, Hampstead, and Burke, your top three. And the difficulties are going to continue for Wayne Burke here, because now in between he and his championship leader rival, there is a teammate, the number 28 Trans-Tasman Mustang. Also doing quite well in this pit stop cycle has been Rayan Leonage, who remains in 6th place on track at the moment. Got Brenton Hobson, Adam Briggs and Lee Ellis behind him as we pass Sean McNamara on the outside of the carousel there. Just a real shame how that race turned between Burton and Van Gisbergen. It's not the kind of stuff that we really want to see in this championship. Van Gisbergen's error in reversing back onto the racetrack just compounding matters even further.
Yeah, well, I do have the YouTube stream up as well, just because just sort of curious to see how things are going. Actually, what I can do is I can pop out the chat. I don't need the broadcast up because it's not so much the broadcast I need to see. It's just curious to see what people are seeing here and sort of what their take on it. Yeah, not a lot of positive commentary in the chat after what we've all just witnessed past couple of laps. And yeah, well, doesn't do the drivers any good, doesn't do the series any good. And yeah, not great also that it all happens here in the final race of the season, so we can't really make anything that happens within this year. It's going to have to all carry through, if anything, to next year, should decisions and action need to be taken here.
Well, we still have a good chunk of this race left to run, and as the field continues forming up behind the safety car, now that everybody has been through the pits and Sean McNamara has been given the permission to tow back to the pit lane, we should be going green at the end of this lap for another 15 laps worth of racing here, with everyone in the field having made their 2 mandatory pit stops for the time being. It's going to be an out-and-out race to the end.
Yep, that's what we should expect in this final. Well, I'm hoping it'll be a 15-lap run to the end here. We're yet to hear confirmation from race control that will be the case, but given that nearly everyone who is still out on track is lined up in behind the safety car at this point, I would suspect we'll get confirmation on the way down to turn 5 of that message there. The only car that's not in the train is the 947 of Tyler Blackburn, who unfortunately has now gone 3 laps down after earlier incidents for him and repeated trips to the pit lane to try and get repairs done on his car. And there's confirmation from race control that we are going to go green and have a 15-lap race to finish this off.
Yep, for sure. All right, let's get hyped back up and get back into full race mode. Oh, and there's just been some big news that has come through from race control there. Sorry for the pause. Thanks to the alleged misconduct there, both Shane Van Gisbergen and Jake Burton have been disqualified from this race. They will take no further part this evening.
Yes, well, I think, to be honest, that's realistically the only reasonable option that can be taken at this point. Both drivers willing to go far beyond what was accepted on track and therefore cause it to take out somebody else's race through no fault of the third party, in this case that being Sean McNamara's of his own. He's already been dealt a bit of a rough hand with the contact with Wayne Burke, and how that fired him way off into the fence at turn 1, and then to have the front end of his car obliterated by the recovering and rejoining Van Gisbergen. Yeah, all stemming from the actions of both Van Gisbergen and Burton there. So disappointing to say the least that it has to come to disqualification, but I think certainly is the right call, personally, has been made there in that instance.
Well, there we go. We can wash our hands of that and leave it behind for now. And anything further will be decided after tonight's racing has concluded. So out of the carousel we come, and now the safety car's been given the instruction to move away from the field. Away Nick Parker goes, and once again, Brady Myers will have to maintain safety car speed.
Chance, hopefully, for cooler heads to try and prevail here, for the sake of the racing, at the very least here, let alone the championship. At this stage, it would seem, well, actually no, I'm not going to comment on that, because there's 15 laps of racing. It's still a 6.5 kilometre racetrack that we've got to circulate around here to get this race done. So, indeed, still a decent way to go here. It's about 75, 76 odd kilometres. And that's before we can even drop the checkered flag on this race, let alone the championship as well. That is still here at stake.
All right, just a couple more corners to go until Brady Myers gets back going. We'll wait to see when he decides to put the power down. Just before the final corner is the answer, and they are away. Let's see what kind of exit Wayne Burke gets to try and stay with these guys. The green flag flies, and we're back to racing in the Too Easy Finance Road America 250. And Myers is in the best position possible to take this championship title at the moment. Wayne Burke needs to finish at least 10 positions ahead of Myers if he wants to take the title. At the moment, Burke is 2 positions behind Myers. So into turn 3 we go. And a very nicely controlled restart from the number 22. You see barely any hint of oversteer or understeer from that car. Myers has it down pat. And now Richard Hamstead, well, he'll obviously want to win this race as much as anyone does. But with the pace that Myers has, Hamstead might have to go into rear gunner mode to try and keep Wayne Burke at bay.
Yeah, turn 5, once again at race pace. Single file for the most part here. So looking in the mid-pack, around Kurt Stenberg and Richardson. Currently seeing 14th and 15th, but to the front we go again, and look at the gap that Brady Myers is starting to just eke out over teammate Richard Hamstead. As Wayne Burke, I think, just looking on as David Kirby's had a moment out of the hurry downs in the 307 machine. That sees him out in the concrete, and he's going to have a bit of an awkward rejoin here at the apex of turn 8. At this stage, just see here for myself what could happen to him. And looks like it's just a case of, unfortunately, running wide on the exit of the hurry downs. Reese has found the glass and add to the tally today.
Yep. Oh, there goes Wayne Burke. He's trying his best here to harass the back of Richard Hamstead. Was much better on the brakes that time. A lot later, drew right up to the rear bumper of the 28 Mustang. We'll see what he can do to try and get a move done on Hammer on the way into turn 1. But it seems like Hamstead has gotten a better exit ever so slightly out of the final corner. We've got Jordan Ross up behind Wayne Burke. He's not going to put too much pressure on his teammate. Synergy obviously well aware of the championship implications in this round, so Burke will be left free to race with Hamstead. Meanwhile, there goes Rayan Leonage trying to put a move on Madison down. Is unsuccessful at turn 1 for the time being, and Burke also unsuccessful in passing Hamstead on the way into turn 1.
So a couple of efforts here and there to try and get something done, but Well, maybe this time here, Burke looks a little stronger off turn 3 and Hampstead a little further on back. But again, SSR cars seems in the slipstream here, at least for Burke. He's not really making gains on those around him up here. Never mind that. The top 6 will hold station down into turn 5. The first bit of movement I'm seeing is way further on back. Richardson up the inside of Scott Gamble for 14th down there at turn 5. That's the first bit of action there I've seen to have picked up here. So one heck of a lock-up for Logan Barnett coming in at a rate of knots, but thankfully between any of them there to worry about. So we'll go back to the front of the field and look at the gap. Inching up past the second. Brady Myers really looking after, well, I'd say it's looking after his car, but more like putting the foot down and putting it to good use. The other thing to note here, Reese, is the track temperature has significantly dropped away since I last checked in on it at qualifying. It was down to 42 degrees Celsius by Group 2 as a moment there at the kink once again. Well, just in case you thought these drivers weren't putting everything out on the line, Mitchinson's had a moment down at the kink as well. It's like, oh boy, everyone coming to the end here. Leave nothing on the table wherever you are on track.
Indeed. Well held by Richard Hampstead there, desperately trying to stay ahead of Wayne Burke now. Part of me thinks he's actually backing Wayne Burke into this pack behind to allow Brady Myers the best possible chance at streaking away to an easy victory here tonight. Burke back in the slipstream of Hampstead, still carrying those little dents and dings from previous contact. And down into turn 1 they'll go. Again, not much of a hint of anything from Wayne Burke. And for the most part, the field is single file, not seeing any big moves for the time being. But let's see how they go down to turn 5. We see a bit of side-by-side further back. It looks like Jordan Ross has actually come under pressure from Madison down here. Side-by-side on the way into turn 5. Burke has a look up the inside of Hampstead meanwhile and is through for the time being at least. But the over-under from Hampstead on the exit of turn 5 is going to put him back ahead under the Corvette bridge. And Burke goes for a slide. He loses the rear. He manages to keep it held. But that is some valuable time loss for the number 89.
Yeah, I mean, that was the move he had to try and make. Unfortunately, Hampstead wise to it. And no real surprises that these guys are all very familiar by this point now of what it seems everyone else has got underneath their feet and hands. And making sure they've got a response to everything that comes their way here at this point. And yeah, it seems like in this case, Hampstead more than happy to cut the reins. Oh, this time it's Burke's turn to take to the grass, and that was quite a serious excursion out in the dirt there as Ross closes down as a result, but he's not going to send a move or anything there. But getting a little more hairy there for Wayne in the 89 SSR machine. Now up to 1.8 seconds between the top two, 2.5 seconds.
Yeah, Brady Myers is by far the driver to watch, at least up at the front. Fastest car on track that time around as Jordan Ross tries to keep Madison down behind him again on the way into turn 1, and Ryan Leonage watches on, makes himself a factor in this fight here. Gradually, synergy is being dismantled here by this very close racing from Trans-Tasman. Myers has gotten all the support he needed and more in this race, and another defense from Jordan Ross down to turn 5. Will Madison Down be able to get it done here? Leonage sticks behind Ross to the inside. Compromised his line there a little bit, which allows Brenton Hobson and Adam Briggs to get in on this fight as well.
Yep. Now it seems like it's all aboard the J. Ross train as they start lining on up. Which is unfortunate, really, because the train contains himself as the conductor. Sorry, pardon me, as the locomotive. Then you've got Hobson and Briggs as the carriages midway through rather than being able to be up there with him at this point. As the laps continue to tick by, it sort of feels like slow and steady progress here, with the lap times being at the 207 bracket here in the mid-pack. For our leaders, it's low 206s, mind you, I should add. Brady Myers continuing high 206s, low 207s at this stage. Make sure we read the last and best columns in the correct order. That should do me some good. But yes, let's see here. Down to Canada. Again, no one here in this top 10 close enough to make a move on the way in, at least. Down gets awfully close on the way out of the corner, but alas, that's not exactly the race you can make something stick in ordinary circumstances like this.
Well, let's see what Ryan Leonage can do this time around. It doesn't look like Down's going to have much of a chance of getting by Jordan Ross into turn 1, but Leonage is very close. Brenton Holson's being dragged along with him as well. There's a fair gap now between Hampstead and Burke there on the way in, and it looks like it's the same for everyone behind as well. Just this little lull before the final few laps when people are really going to turn up the wick and try and sort their positions out.
See here, this time down to turn 5. Now it's looking, I would argue though, it would have to be one almighty lunge from Down this time. There's still about a third of a car length there. He will look, but look only as he tucks back into the racing line to take the widest entry into turn number 5, but gets Ross defensive to 6. Again, Down will try and commit on the outside initially to force a narrow entry. It works because he's now right on the bumper through the hurry downs. There's maybe the option down here to turn 8 where Down makes a move again, showing the nose. It's almost there, but not quite when it comes to making something stick. There's a little bit of a moment for Chris Coxhead through the hurry downs. Got himself on the 45-degree drift angle, but he's got the car going in the correct direction and all tyres straight relative to his intended course. But again, eyes need to stay here on this fight, as we found out a little bit through the carousel and the kinky at recent means that I don't think we're seeing anything at Canada Corner this time by, at least.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it. They file through, and as I look further back in the field, it looks like there might be a bit of racing going on for Chris Coxhead, James Chastanerf, and oh, hello, Bradley Ratu. He just headed up the inside of Ben Morris at Canada Corner, and that is a position change for 25th on the road. Very brave move there by Brad Ratu, who is recovering from a penalty earlier in this race. He is with the likes of Ben Christensen, James Chastanerf, and Chris Coxhead in that fight for the now minor positions in this field. We still have 30 cars on the lead lap in this race, the last being Andrew Ritchie, and once again Jordan Ross is having it all to play for to try and keep Madison down behind him, and that's a great exit for the triple champion of this series. Again though, it's going to be the outside line into turn 5. He is ahead on the way into the braking zone, and Ross is going to have to stick himself up the inside here, force down to give him room. They both lock up on the way in, and Ryan Leonage says, hello boys, I am here as well.
There, but not quite challenging just yet, as Down continues to try and probe and find a weakness in the armour of Jerry Ross's 143 machine, because he hasn't quite found it yet. Or if there is a chink, it's not enough to do any terminal damage to at least the position, not the car. We don't want to actually see more terminal damage, of course, this evening. That's been plenty of that so far tonight. See, they wash through the carousel here. And again, just that car length opens up between these two. Again, cleaner air on the nose of Ross, given the gap to Burke ahead. Seeing that Downs car struggles just a tiny bit there in the dirty air. And then down to Canada Corner again, picking up speed, closing the margin by about half a length, but it's just not enough. Although he looks strong again through these lower speed turns, it would seem. But Down has the better front end, mechanically speaking. Just that there's enough air awash, it's compromising this car through these higher speed turns in the mid-sector.
It was a nice wide entry by Madison down into the final corner, and that's translated into another good exit too. Across the line they will come, and there'll be 9 laps to go for these drivers. Ross defensive on the way into turn 1. Down moves back to the racing line at the last available opportunity, sticks himself on the outside, compromises Ross's line on the way in, but J. Ross, he parked it on the apex and lost the rear a little bit. So now down, we'll have a go around the outside of turn 3. And is it going to work out for him? Almost pushed off the track there, but down will have now the inside for turn 5, and this should be a good move completed. We'll see what Rayan Leonage will be able to do in the midst of this as well. And the slipstream off Madison down, dragging Brenton Hobson along with him. Side by side for 4th. And down completes the move on Jordan Ross. Now will he lose 2? Because Rayan Leonage is right there on the inside as well. Ross just fires it into the corner to keep the 79 behind.
Contact with Hobson and Leonage though through the hurry downs. That's going to dispatch the 79 in one spot. Reina Costello also would like into the party here for the back half of the top 10 as Adam Briggs going to try and get on through too, and Leonage disengages there. He'll allow both Briggs, I was going to say and Costello, but not quite. He's going to hang it around the middle of the road here, but it's half in the marbles once you get to the midpoint of the carousel, and now surely the kink here needs to be Costello's, and indeed on the inside. No, I take that back apparently. Leonage is going to keep the foot in it here somewhat, but now it's Lee Ellis's turn to line on up for a place here on the track. As Costello, though, hasn't completed the move on Leonage. It's going to have to happen here under brakes at Canada corner, but Leonage still going to fend him off maybe. He's still there. So come to Bill Mitchell bent. No, there we go. Finally disengages enough for Costello to swing around the outside of that penultimate turn, but that brake checks everyone up behind as he cuts narrow to cover Ellis, and it's Thomas Hinds of all the drivers contact with Freeman, puts the 52 in the bundle tyres at turn 14. And how's that for a chain reaction that started with the 79, then going back to affect the 18, the 52, the 118, and not in a great way as Ellis now wants through on Leonage. Turn 1 here, 8 laps to go at the line, as other drivers in behind come to join the party, including Stenberg, Mitchinson, and Freeman. As it's there you go. Leonage has been off the road there on the exit 1. How has that happened exactly?
Good question. Might be a few things to dissect in a replay there, but I think Thomas Freeman will definitely be having his lines and inputs looked at by race control, because he just went right into the back of Thomas Hinds and sent him off the track. Everything all happened so fast, understandably, but you still got to take a bit of care in the braking zone. So here's how things went for these guys. Leonage versus Costello. This is how it all started. We see Ellis trying to jet up behind them, and Thomas Hinds in the background as well. Side by side between Costello and Leonage, compromising them both and allowing Ellis to get right into it. And then so Thomas Hinds and Thomas Freeman go up to the back of these guys as the side-by-side continues between the 79 and the 66, the 56, sorry. Leonage yields, and then, unfortunately, compromised lines mean that Freeman goes into the back of Hinds, and not much chance of stopping that thing into the final corner. Now, what happened to Leonage on the exit of turn 1? Well, I think that'll be a mystery for another time.
I can give you a bit of an answer. There's been trouble with Darren Lobb further on back at Canada corner. The 99 DPR car has found the gravel after a bit of contact of some fashion. Just as I was going to say, unfortunately for Rayhan, just ran in a tiny bit too hot to turn 1 on the exit of the corner and put himself in the gravel, and that therefore made it fairly easy for Lee Ellis to take a place off the 79 as well as part of the general sort of freight training there. That sort of happened in that half lap there for Rayhan on the bumper, but not close enough.
And I can tell you that the reason Darren Lobb was off was because of contact with Damien Johnstone. Johnstone ran into the back of him under brakes. So it's probably another thing race control will have to put onto their pile of things to do and add to their headache. We've also got to keep the incident limit in mind as well. It's only 20 incidents that you're allowed to have before you get a drive-through. And if you're not familiar with iRacing, incident points are awarded for doing things like going off the track and hitting another car. Every time you go outside the bounds of the racetrack, according to the sim, you will get 1 incident point. Contact with another car, if it's only small, is 0x, and then it's 4 incident points for actually making heavy contact with another car. A loss of control, that's spinning at more than 90 degrees to the racing line, awards you 2 incidents. So you really got to be careful with how you drive in this series, lest you rack up too many incident points and get yourself an automatic drive-through penalty. So see if any drivers are in danger of that, with only 7 laps to go. Coming up to 6 now, as Brady Myers is approaching the last few corners of the lap.
See here also, drivers continue to fight here in the mid-pack. Ellis and Leonage still nose to tail here for what is now ninth place on the road. See if Leonage can find something like the car there, looking a little uncompliant through the middle of the corner. Had to use a bit more of the exit curb on the way out of Cannon corner there. That looks good on the way into the final turn, at least. Off of the Bill Mitchell bend as race control indeed busy and has given a drive-through penalty to Thomas Freeman in the 118 machine for that contact with Thomas Hinds 3 laps ago in the 31. So he is straight down the lane to serve that one and get it out of the way. As up the inside there in the foreground, a shot goes Leonage on Ellis as we've got focusing on Mike Taliancic on
there was contact
there, the 15th. There's look at Logan Barnett around in the background. That's going to force everyone to make sure they stay left.
Oh dear. Poor Logan Barnett going for a big spin on the exit of the first corner, and he'll try and get that thing going again. We'll get a replay of that, but I can confirm there was contact between Ellis and Leonage. Very unfortunate between those two. Here's Barnett then. Didn't have anyone for company, and through the exit of turn 1, he was a bit hot on the way in and caught the grass on the outside. Head-on contact with the barrier. And I've just seen a call from Richard Hampstead for race control, curiously. Wayne Burke is now ahead of him, so I think something has gone on between the 89 and the 28, and there was. So this is how it happened on the way down to turn 5. Burke went for the move up the inside here at turn 5, and it was a perfectly fair and fine move. You'll see it happen here, but keep watching. Yep, keep watching when we come up to turn 6. So Hampstead gives room, Burke uses it, all fair. But when they come up to turn 6, contact side by side between them, and Hampstead is sent wide and off the circuit. That allows Madison down through as well.
So what is that? Burke
contact
over. We
Down
might want to go back to live pictures, yeah, because is this Burke backing it up to try and make a redress somewhat possible? Yeah, he's trying to redress, but Down wants through. Hampstead's trying to make sure Down's not compromised in all of this too. It brings J. Ross into the equation here.
Oh, no.
As all these drivers are trying to now play the game, and down Burke. The driver ends up at the fence terminally somehow, but causes everyone to have a checkup of the century.
Jesus Christ.
It's meant to be a flat-out section of track, and drivers are off the throttle and braking otherwise.
Burke was airborne for a second there. I'm amazed that that didn't turn into a massive smash.
I mean, yeah.
I'm lost for words. We're going to have to stay live all the way to the end here. No more replays. Oh, no. There goes Jordan Ross into the barrier. The rear wing is gone. That is huge there for the Synergy 143. He was right in the midst of that fight with Burke, Down, and Hampstead. It just looks to me like he did it all on his own. He caught the gravel.
Well, that was Burke. I think we're still focused on Burke. That was a moment there for the 89 through the hurry downs. And now lighting the rears off turn 8 for good measure. Oh my goodness, he's obviously working this car over to 11 tenths of the way here. And, geez, trying to extract everything they've got left in these cars, and there is not much left to give. Yet they will push beyond the limit because they have to at this stage.
That they do.
But yeah, I mean, just the fact that Burke's looking to redress the hamster. Downs trying to get up the inside, but then Hamster doesn't want to just steamroll past the pair of them and tries to help out Madison. Just it's what should be somewhat of a straightforward equation. It just isn't. And we get that.
Yeah, that's what happens when you have a circuit with not much room down the front straight. It is a nice wide piece of racetrack, but you've got the pit wall right alongside and not much runoff to the driver's left either. Either way, looks like things have worked out for now. The TTR pair are now ahead of Wayne Burke, and it is a Trans-Tasman 1-2-3 right now.
Yeah, we haven't quite seen this particular one-team dominance this year at a single event, I should add, mind you. When it comes to season-long performance, has gone the way of Synergy Sim Racing in terms of numbers present here this year. But, yeah, I mean, certainly it was a show up or put up. Actually, that doesn't quite work. That's not quite the sense there, but had to show up and be present in a big way. And indeed, haven't seen too much of Richard Hampstead, and he's, I guess, arrived in style again through the hurry downs for the 89 of Burke. Again, there is nothing left at the rear end of that car, it seems, through the mid to high speed turns. Yet he still demands more of it every time we're coming through corners like that there.
Yeah, I think as the laps gradually tick down and Brady Myers continues to extend that gap at the front of the field, the championship is slipping out of Wayne Burke's hands. He was already on the back foot and an unlikely title taker coming into this round, but he still had a chance. And remember the point that I made before the race went off. Lap 26 was the critical lap to be classified for points. And at this point, it feels like if Brady Myers ends up retiring from this point, the worst he'll be classified as is 33rd place. And I think Burke would need to win at least to try and get a secure margin over him, or at the very least finish in the top 10. Either way, 3 laps to go, and Brady Myers leads by over 7 seconds over this pair, the 2 veterans of Trans-Tasman Racing, drivers that have been a part of the AusNZ iRacing community from the outset, Richard Hampstead and Madison Down.
It's been a case of background and a few things, but yeah, both these drivers here, long-standing experience, multiple championships. As I said, Hampstead with the inaugural one, and in fact, he was the last. Richard Hampstead with the inaugural test season of 2014. The last time a driver other than Madison Down or Jared Filsell actually has won the V8SCOPS Drivers' Championship in the now, that makes it 8 years that this series has been run. So it's almost somewhat of a case of a changing of the guard. He's coming here in a couple of laps' time, one way or another. Although I believe it seems fairly reasonable as to what the likely outcome is. And for full so they could change that. I'm going to say I doubt it, because the track is completely clear ahead of Myers because of the safety car only being about 12 laps old now. As they file on down to Canada one more time. You can see there at the back of the group, also just being picked up, of course, by his team manager, Brent O'Brien. 56, Brandon Costello has been working his way to the rear of this group, and well, here. He's only got 2 laps left to try and make something of it, but 6th might be on the cards, maybe a top 5. Just depends on how well it can be executed here as everyone comes to the line to make it 2 laps to go here for V8SCOPS in 2022.
Yeah, it's been a good race for Rainer Costello. Remember, he started in 16th spot, so it's been a gradual working his way up here in that 56 Mustang, and he's definitely played the pit stop game very well on the way through too. And further to your point that you made just a little earlier, Dan, I'll leave that for a moment. Here's a change for position. Coming into first corner. It's a very nice little exchange there between Ben Morris, Benjamin Smith and James Chastaneuf. 3 Mustangs all in a line. Not to take anything away from Brady Meyer's performance this season, it has been stellar, and he's been by far one of the most consistent drivers of the year, along with Wayne Burke, and both of them deserve to be as high as they are this year. We also have to consider that Madison Down and Richard Hampstead have had some noted absences from the league this season. So you've got to wonder, if they were here for all the rounds, how different would the championship picture be?
Yeah, it certainly would look different. You're not wrong, because basically every time they've showed up, they've been at the pointy end. Surprise, surprise. But indeed, yeah, the Supercars E-Series, of course, which Madison was able to claim this year. So yeah, it's been a busy year for various other series and leagues that we're all contesting for equal time. Here is actually going to be a move by Hobson up the inside of Wayne Burke here for 4th place. So is this potentially setting up here to try and cover off Rainer Costello from any spots, or are we seeing Wayne Burke maybe a little compromised on fuel, perhaps? Just trying to see here.
Sure.
10 seconds stopped in the last pit cycle versus, 10 versus about everyone else. 15 for Hobbo. But Burke all of a sudden, Hobbo now, he's checked out, pulls immediately 3 car lengths on the 89, and looks like Briggs wants on by 2 at turn 1 as we take the white flag from Barney at the stand. Less than 6.5 kilometres of racing left in this season, as indeed Burke is sent to the rear of the SSR train here, and Costello is on his rear bumper in a matter of moments.
Yeah, that's interesting. That all started when Burke had a little compromised run through the kink, a little hint of oversteer on the exit, which allowed Hobson through. But yeah, I'm struggling to explain what's going on there. Remember, Burke is carrying some pretty substantial damage as Costello goes up the inside and tries to get Briggs as well, but that's way too deep from Rainer Costello. Forces Briggs off the track and allows Wayne Burke back through and into 5th place. Hampstead versus Down, meanwhile, for 2nd spot. These guys are free to race each other. It seems that Down has the advantage here at the moment, and it's going to all come down to the run into Canada Corner at this point on. This is a track that these guys have driven thousands of laps at, and they know every single square centimetre of this place. Let's see who manages to finish 2nd here. Either way, the 1, 2, 3 for Trans-Tasman Racing should be preserved. Down to Canada Corner then, final braking zone of the lap. Does Hampstead go for it on Down? He has a little bit of a look, but it's not going to happen. Meanwhile, just 1 corner to go for the absolute superstar driver of this season. Brady Myers was able to gather it together and make himself the man at the top of V8SCOPS in 2022. And with just 50 or so meters to go to the line, through he will come, flashing the lights in celebration. That's Brady Myers there, your series champion for Virtual Racing School V8SCOPS in 2022. Big congratulations, mate.
Down finishes ahead of Hampstead to round out that TTR podium, and well, yeah, 4 race wins this season for Myers. It was his first time winning this year, a race as well, for good measure. Now, having spoken to him a couple of times, I'll speak to him for the 4th time from the winners' stand, at least this year. as he takes the race and the championship in emphatic style there. And of course, the photo ops now begin here at the front of the field. Hopefully we'll get a chance to see the rears let loose down here at turn 5 as these guys... No, never mind. Brady's gotten started on the way down to turn 5, so the burnout's already underway here from the 22 as he lights it up as we head on down towards this corner as everyone else filters on by.
Everyone, of course, giving a virtual wave to Myers as well, and congratulations for what has been a stellar season, a stellar 2022 for that young man. I mean, in all honesty, it's been an incredible season for Brady Myers, and there it is, the customary donut zone at the exit of turn 5. Myers will be celebrating long into the night, I think. A really good year for him. Great year for Trans-Tasman Racing as well. But of course, we have to give a shout out to Synergy Sim Racing as well. They came to the fore this year, and Wayne Burke made himself a championship factor in the mid to late stage of the season. He might have lost the championship at this round, the driver of the number 89, but we can't let that take anything away from what has been by far his best season of V8SCOPS as well.
Absolutely it has. I mean, the fact that, yeah, picking up first 4 wins in V8SCOPS all-time stats for Myers this year certainly is the uplift that he needed. And yeah, sure, as you said, maybe some drivers not as present as you'd like, and after things like early domination from Jared Filsell, but when the opportunities arose, Myers was most certainly here, taking everything taking everything that was available to him, and as a result, most certainly is rewarded with those efforts and consistency as we continue to watch them cycle round. And we'll see the number 1 stay with Trans-Tasman Racing going into 2023. That now will change hands from, of course, Madison Down here to Brady Myers.
Indeed, TTR remain at the top of Australian sim racing for the time being. As we check out the scenery at Road America for the final time, we can go over our results. 7.5 seconds was the gap at the end. Brady Myers, Madison Down and Richard Hampstead make it at podium lockout for Trans-Tasman Racing. Brenton Hobson finishes 4th. Underrated performance once again from the driver of the number 88. Brilliant stuff. With Wayne Burke rounding out the top 5 and securing 2nd in the championship. Adam Briggs comes home in 6th place, with Rainer Costello coming home 7th for Evolution Racing Team. Rayan Leonage, a couple of bumps and barges along the way, but he managed to get another top 10 for his troubles, with Luke Mitchinson finishing in 9th for Race on Oz. That is a pretty excellent result for the Race on Oz team. And Scott Gamble puts the 543 into the top 10 after starting in 22nd.
Indeed, there's a lot of success stories here in this race alone, as well as the championship in general as well to boot. 9 places gained from Kurt Stenberg brings him up to P11, just outside the good old top 10 there. So almost got there, Stenny. 1 more place and would have looked perhaps a little bit sweeter, but I think he'll be fairly happy with that. Just ahead of teammate Lee Ellis there in 12th place in the 47 TTR machine. Mike Taliancic a little bit further on back there, holds on to 13th place ahead of Cam Flatter. And 14th, Jordan Ross, unfortunately, unexpected unforced error by himself then to turn 5, puts him down to 15th place at the end of it all. Chris Coxhead there in 16th, a bit of a rough one for him at phases. Ben Morris in 17th, Benjamin Smith up into 18th place, and I believe the biggest mover of the night, 18 places gained from position 36. Then in that case, just ahead of James Chastaneff there in 19th place. Brad Ratu, mixed night for him, will round out our top 20.
21st place at the end was Ben Christensen. 14 places gained up from 35th, with Michael Whiting coming home in 22nd. Justin Wallace started 30th and had a bit of an up and down race. He finishes 23rd for his troubles. Thomas Hinz is one of the drivers who everyone would have been hoping would be up towards the pointy end, and he almost was, but for that unfortunate contact with Thomas Freeman that sent him into the tyre barriers, has to settle for 24th place, and Freeman finishes behind him. Damien Johnstone comes home in 27th 26th position. Jordan Siberis, the last starting driver, is going to come home in 27th. A very good race there from the 093, with Andrew Ritchie and Logan Barnett the last finishers on the lead lap. Darren Lobb and David Kirby, as well as Tyler Blackburn, are classified 3 laps down each. Paul Young 8 laps down, with Sean McNamara. A very unfortunate end to his night, getting caught up in an incident that was none of his business and not his problem at all. 18 laps down for him, with Blake Warboys, Damien Cairns, Brett Loxton, Blake Delaney and Brody Sentence unfortunately not seeing the checkered flag themselves. And of course, 2 other drivers getting disqualified for a very significant breach of racing etiquette. Either way, we're going to move on now and have a chat to our podium getters. And it's been a while since I've said this. It is an all TTR podium, and it's headed up by our newly crowned V8SCOPS 2022 champion, Brady Myers. Big congrats, Brady. It must feel good to take the big old W home.
Yeah, it's good. It's big relief. I'm just... yeah, very happy to finally to cap that off. That was an awesome race, and I'm really stoked to finally get that one down.
Yeah, it was a very well executed drive from you to bring that one home. It all started off in qualifying, obviously. You had Madison Down and Richard Hampstead return to the series and help you out in qualifying with a bit of slipstreaming as well to try and get the best time possible on the board. So things just got off to the best start possible, didn't they?
Yeah, it's good when you have guys like Mad and Richard in your corner, just being able to help with teeing up things like that. So yeah, it was well orchestrated from the team, and we managed to execute the job pretty well in qualifying, which set us up well for the race.
And in that race, there was obviously quite a bit of drama that happened throughout the field that eventually elevated you to that lead. But I tell you what, the team game continued to be played as well, with Down and Hampstead helping you to keep Wayne Burke behind him. And I think regardless of the result for Wayne, it was still a really good season from him as well, wasn't it? You guys really raced each other hard to the end.
Yeah, it's always a good fight with Wayne. He puts up a clean fight, and yeah, it was all credit to him for a great season, and just didn't manage to get it in the end. But yeah, really good racing with Wayne. Always enjoy it.
We look forward to 2023 as well, Brady, as I'm sure you are as well. A fresh year, a fresh start, but this time with the number 1 on your car.
Yeah, that's it's kind of weird to think about. The whole time it's always been 22, so to put the number 1 on the door is it's a big thing for me, and yeah, really excited to see what the new year brings.
As are we, Brady. Well, the floor is yours one more time for this year. Anyone that you'd like to thank, any sponsors or shout outs?
Yeah, just a massive shout out to everyone at TTR and for this help with setup. Massive thank you to Jake Burton this week, who hopped in and helped me with telemetry and you know, getting my mind and my head straight. So yeah, big thank you to him. Oh, big thank you to Extra Motor Trimming. Pretty wild to finally get a championship with those guys on the door. It's really means something having your own like a family business on there. So it's really good to get it with those guys. To Virtual Racing School, to Cartefex Model Cars. Might have to get a model with the number 1 on the door next year. We'll see. Yeah, just a big shout out to Lee Ellis Designs, to everyone on the team. My girlfriend Anna, who's tolerated me on the sim constantly, so thank you. Everyone, for all the competitors, all the hard times they've given me, but all the fun times. Thanks to all the OSR guys. Thanks for putting on a great season. Look forward to coming back next year, and thanks to you guys for the broadcast. Really appreciate it.
And thank you for joining us, Brady Myers, your 2022 Virtual Racing School V8SCOPS champion. Fantastic performance from him. It was also a fantastic performance from the man who finished in second here tonight. Madison Down joins us in the commentary box to chat with Dan Yeaman.
Their race. Well, Madison, we haven't seen too much of you this year, unfortunately, due to the fact it's been quite a busy year on and off the sim for you in various places, but back here for the final round tonight, and well, put everything together, and first of all, in qualifying with a good package there for all of you guys at the front.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, as you said, it's been a pretty busy year for me, and obviously the addition of another series as well was certainly spread me pretty thin, I think, in the sim racing world. But tried to get to the rounds that I could, and yeah, we had a good car tonight. Obviously, yeah, qualifying at the front and then having our TTR 1, 2, 3, and Brady getting the win there. Kind of dominating fashion for him. He was really fast. So great for him. And I know this championship win meant a whole lot to him. So yeah, mega to see a teammate carrying number 1 next year, and happy to see it stay in TTR.
Yeah, it does finally break the spell that it's been of you and Jared Filsell, for the most part, trading it back and forth for the past few years, that championship title. And of course, with Richard here again, as the inaugural champion, also able to run up the front with you guys as well. I mean, yeah, as I said, Brady, great pace, but you guys obviously had to work pretty hard there. Once sort of the first couple of laps ticked by and the elbows seemed to really start coming out once we got to about lap 3 or 4 there, and obviously the Sinji Sim Racing boys trying to do their best for their man Wayne Burke there. And it looks like you guys just had a little bit over him there as the race continued to progress.
Yeah, for sure. I think we had a little bit more pace as the race went on, and yeah, everyone was fighting pretty hard. It was it was just about trying to stay headstrong and stay cool, making sure we didn't let any of those little incidents get to us. And I think the first 3 up there, Brady, myself, and Richard managed to do that. I think we managed to stay pretty level-headed throughout that and deal with all that was thrown at us. And to come away with a 1, 2, 3 there in the final race of the year is good. And good momentum and good way to go into, I guess, the Christmas holidays as well. And I hope the series is back next year. I'm sure it will be. And OSR always puts on a great series. So no doubt we'll come back and try and keep the number 1s on the cars.
Indeed. Yep. Well, sounds like Brady is keen to see put a title defense up next year. So we're looking forward to seeing what you guys can bring to the table on that front, I guess. And well, before we let you go, Madison, then a chance for you to make your thanks here at the end of this one here. The floor is yours.
Oh, big thanks as always to everybody at Trans Tasman Racing. We worked pretty hard, and I know we worked pretty hard on just benchmarking each other this week and making sure we could be as good as we could be. So that was really good, and we obviously work hard all year long. So to get a result for the team like that's mega. So, and again, well done to Brady. Virtual Racing School is the program that helps us do that. Obviously, the title sponsor of the series as well title sponsor on my car. So Virtual Racing School is where we base all our setups and then tune from there, and basically compare data as well. So they've been a massive support to us this year, and we've got a lot of other sponsors as well, but I'll let the others thank them. But mega to see Extreme on Brady's car get up there and get some coverage as well. But thanks as well to OSR, SimSpeed. It's always a great year. So we'll be back next year.
They are defending series champion no more, Brady Madison down there. Second place though, a solid finish to his 2022 season. And the final man we'll speak to this evening, just in behind Madison here, Richard Hampstead, standing by with Reese Gardner.
Indeed. Welcome back to the commentary box, Richard. It's been a while, but once again, final round, a good place to show up again and show what you can do. Congratulations on the podium. How did it go for you?
Yeah, thanks, Reese. Actually not a bad little race for me. Probably wasn't the quickest guy out there, but pace wasn't too bad. But yeah, really just tried to keep my nose clean as much as I could. I knew there was going to be a bit of mayhem going on, but just keep my nose clean and try to do the best race I could. And I think I pretty much achieved that.
Yeah, definitely looks that way. Well, I want to get your perspective on the whole incident that happened towards the end of one of the laps there, with the battle with Wayne Burke resulting in a little bit of contact between you two, and then his attempt to redress it, running into you and Madison, getting the slipstream and having to hold back a couple other cars as well. Obviously quite intense on the way into Turn 1 at Road America, which is one of the fastest Turn 1 approaches in sim racing.
Yeah, okay, so that makes a bit more sense. I didn't really know what was going on at the last corner, but I think he had a pretty good dive into Turn 3 down there. We were side by side into the next corner. I think he probably should have given me a bit more space into the next corner. I think I was far enough up, but it is what it is. And then if he was trying to redress that sort of makes sense why there was a big hold up there, and then I saw he and Madison kind of battling door to door down the main straight, and I probably lifted out a bit actually just to try to calm everything down a bit. I didn't really want to make it 3 wide, so just kind of lifted, and then I think they kind of slowed each other up and managed to get past Wayne there, and just like I said, really tonight was about keeping my head as cool as I could and trying to dodge the drama, and that was a good example of it there.
Yeah, indeed. Well, it's one more podium on the board for you in your all-time V8SCOPS results, continuing your successful runs in this series. What does 2023 look like for you?
Yeah, to be determined at this stage. I guess at the age I am and the length of time I've been doing sim racing, I am not doing nearly as much as I was a couple of years ago, that's for sure. But we'll just have to wait and see where I am in life and how much time I can commit to sim racing, really.
Well, we hope to see you on the grid at some point next year, Richard, and we send our congratulations to you once again for the 3rd place. Who do you have to thank for it?
Yeah, so big shout out to all of the team. I think it was a really good effort this evening, but also big shout out to all of our sponsors, VRS in particular, Parenzo, Xtrim, Kite FX Model Cars as well.
Thanks very much for joining us. Richard Hamstead, of course, a former champion of this series himself, winning our test season in 2014. And that brings to an end the driver interview portion of the night. But before we go, a little bit of a chat with Mike Korolev, one of the administrators. No, he's gone, unfortunately. Okay, that's... oh, no, wait, hang on a minute, he's back. Are you there, Mike?
I am. I'm sorry I pressed the wrong button, Reece.
All good. My
apologies.
Well, it's another wrap-up for this season, another year under the belt for V8SCOPS, and I think it was good to see that we saw some other people at the front this year.
Oh, absolutely, Reece. It was an interesting year because TTR, stepped up some of their drivers. It wasn't just Madison down. There were lots of other drivers that stepped forward. SSR were there. Evolution Racing had their moments as well. So some of the big-name drivers that we've seen in the past that didn't participate this year weren't there and let other drivers shine. And we had some fantastic racing overall. We also had some interesting racing. Look, a different year, a new winner, which I think is great to see. And congratulations to Brady and to the team, because they really did support him. But he really did a genuinely a stellar job all year of just pushing himself past what he has been in the past, as did other members of that team. So, yeah, those guys deserve it. But no doubt SSR took it to them pretty well. And, what a great year.
What a great year indeed. And from the admin side, how did things go for you and the crew at Oceanic Sim Racing?
Look, it went really well, and I've got to say, firstly, thank you to you guys for the broadcast, to VRS for the sponsorship, for Too Easy Finance, and to the team that run it here at OSR, because it's certainly not my show, and guys like Simon Black and Henry King and Nick Parker, and then we've got Brady Loxton, sorry, I missed his name. Brady Loxton gives us a hand every now and again, and those guys in the background that do so much work in just making sure that things like telemetry are looked at properly, that it's all catalogued, that sometimes penalties are up to date, and all those sort of things. Those guys do a tremendous amount of work, just like you guys do on your side of the fence. I'd like to thank all of them because they put in a stellar year with lots of effort. And we actually learned some things through sim racing and watching other series and stuff that we'll be able to come through and improve for next year with regards to changing the penalties around a little bit and leaning more towards a time penalty, so that your race penalty is more effective because it actually affects the time of your race, so where you finish, as opposed to just taking points off. And we've worked out ways, we'll do our restart procedure for the race cars a little bit differently and make it a little bit more smoother, as it were. And just little things like that, little things fine-tuning to make it better for next season, and we're really looking forward to it.
Yeah, as are we, Mike. Well, thank you very much for joining us. And don't forget, in February 2023, that is when the opening round of V8SCOPS 2023 is going to go off at the Circuit Gilles Villeneuve. You'll be able to join us for the support categories from Friday the 10th of December onwards. But of course, pre-qualifying opens on the 9th of September. So if you're interested in racing in V8SCOPS next year, make sure to get your registrations in. that will bring to an end proceedings for tonight. Dan, thanks very much for joining me in the commentary box this season. It was really good working with you, and I'm looking forward to next year as much as anyone is.
Yeah, obviously a bit of a step up for me, sort of really coming in a little blind when things got underway at the start of this year. Hopefully doing somewhat of a decent job as the rounds went by, and immersing myself into the series and the role here of commentary as part of these broadcasts, as well as also, yeah, the occasional bit of production too. It's been a bit of an exciting year for me in terms of doing a whole lot more than just the driving part that so many of us get to enjoy. In many ways, I guess, yeah, learning a whole bunch about what else we can do here on the iRacing platform, and really enjoying it for myself here and there as well.
Indeed. Well, we want to thank everyone on the stream for tuning in across the year. We want to give our thanks to Oceanic Sim Racing for putting this series together. And of course, once again, to Virtual Racing School for their title sponsorship, Too Easy Finance for the round sponsorships, and again to Logitech G for their support of the V8SCOPS support series categories over this year. I'm Reese Gardner, Dan Yeaman with me in the commentary box, and Jay Kennedy behind the scenes, making everything happen, bringing you these pictures live across YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch. From all of us here at SimSpeed TV, we say thank you for watching, and in a V8SCOPS sense, we'll see you in 2023.
World of Outlaws Dirt Racing is available now. Download your copy today.